Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you, as always, with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many, many blessings from the universe. And so I greet you at 2:20 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's 1:20 here. Smoke if you got 'em. The subject for this morning is it's never too late. And since it's 2 in the morning or 2:20 in the morning, maybe it's never too early. Or maybe it's whatever. Hey, Miss Pearl, how are you? I was kind of sort of being bored here in the middle of the night, and it was like, my spidey senses were twitching, and it was like, there's somebody out there that wants to have a conversation. You doing your nails? Yep. Nothing. I'm doing my nails, baby. Men always do it the wrong way. Women do it like this anyway. It's an old thing. But I greet you with the love and the light of the infinite creator that is an absolute truth and a promise. And for many of you who have been around my channel and been around me long enough know that I recently went on a journey. And I'm finding out that it was more than a 2,000-mile journey in 2 weeks. It's also been one hell of a ride in my brain of all the things that were seen and done, and all the things about family and so forth that came about. But one of the things that has proved itself to me very simply is that it's never too late. Period. And you say, well, Hawkeye, here, let's all abide if you can, if you do, and if you don't, that's all right too. But ooh, that was a good one. Yum, yum. But with this simple statement of it's never too late. I'll be 69 in September, so I'm pushing, I'm pushing 70, right? And there have been more times than not, if you've been with me for very long with this channel, then as you understand it, it's like, I know there are folks that are older than me that are doing things that are more grand than I am. But I was crippled in a wheelchair about 6 years ago and drooling out both sides of my mouth, and didn't think I was going to be able to walk again, let alone go on a 2,000-mile journey, let alone go climbing up mountain trails to go to, waterfalls. If you'd have said that back 5 or 6 years ago, I'd have said, no, I'm ready for I'm ready for the great beyond. I'm through this world, and I just don't see any purpose in it, and etc. And it's like, but I'm still here. And one of my favorite sayings is, "I ain't dead yet." But with that saying, though, also is that it's never too late. Now you say, never too late for what? Well, it's never too late to change your mind. It's never too late to start something new. It's never too late to learn a new trade. It's never too late to read a book. It's never too late to turn off the TV and go outside and look at the stars, if that's available to you. It's never too late to I said change your mind, but in that change your mind about something, maybe it's political, maybe it's religious, maybe it's philosophical, maybe it's universal, maybe it's spiritual, maybe it's just that you just decide to change your mind about anything. That you decide that I'm going to change my mind about not changing my mind, for example. I know that's really out there, but to the point though, it's like, well, I don't know, I'm set in my ways. Why should I change? Okay, bye, see you later. So it may be, especially, I keep saying this, but at my age, I have learned many things. And of those many things that I have learned, it's that, listen, 30 minutes ago, I was trying to make up my mind whether or not to do a video in the middle of the night. Hey, Perry, how are you? And no, I had not planned this, although it was sort of in the back of my mind earlier. Me and Barry had a great talk on the phone this evening. It was great to reconnect with you, Barry. And I would love it if you could come this way. I wish that I could drive around more and visit y'all more. But I ain't dead yet, and it's never too late. So in having a conversation with Barry earlier, I was like, it's never too late, to have met my brothers and sisters. And it's never too late to learn, that you've got another sibling out there. It's never too late to mend, uh, years of questioning, or maybe suspicion, or maybe you just don't know somebody and they may be related to you. Hey, Travis, how are you? Good morning, good night, my friend. I'm tuckered out. Ta-ta for doubt. Okay, Travis, we love you. Be safe. So, but in this early morning, it's never too late. um it encompasses so much. It isn't just one thing or another or whatever. I mean, it's okay. Where do you want to start? So I'm having a conversation yesterday with my nephew down in Florida, and I've known him since he was born, kind of thing. He's a few months younger than my son is, so they're almost the same age. And he's like, Uncle David, he goes, the other day he said I realized that I had forgotten how to jump, that I couldn't jump like I could when the kids were little, and now I got grandkids and they want to jump. And he said, I realized that I don't really know how to jump anymore. And he gave this little example of being on a trampoline and jumping up and down with his grandchild. And I'm thinking to myself, but that happened to me. And I told him, I said, it happened to me years ago. I said, I just wanted to jump up. There was something in the tree and I tried to grab it and I couldn't. I realized that somewhere along the line, I had forgotten how to jump. I mean, like, just, it was not far, just a couple of inches. And I realized that my legs had forgotten. And I've talked about this before, but in the conversation, though, that are folks who are getting older themselves, and they're realizing, I forgot how to do something. Well, let me tell you, I'm in the process of relearning a bunch of stuff that I have forgotten, or due to old age, somehow the memory of what I used to be able to do is not necessarily in the forefront of my brain. There's so much other stuff crammed in there over the years. But so I'm in an area of retraining, as I want to call it. But although some stuff is brand new, um, you know, I was out in the yard with Duggar today. It didn't rain until late this evening. It's rained every day now since I've been back, and a couple of days before I got back from the trip. So it's been Saturday will be 2 weeks now. I think I'm back. So anyway, And as far as those of you who knew that I had fallen, and I did get up. It was slow when I fell on the French Broad River down there that day. It had been 2 weeks ago today, kind of thing. And yes, I'm doing better. Yes, I'm moving my shoulder around, and yes, I'm getting my system back. But in that, this is also I'm realizing that because I fell and because I had to be still for a couple of days and let things kind of realign themselves, I also had to retrain my shoulder and my arm and get it back in situation. So you can't sit for too long in healing. You have to start exercising, which means you have to retrain your muscles, your senses, whatever it is. So we are always retraining ourselves, but if we allow ourselves to forget, now I'd used a family member, and I won't go any further than that, but that had made the remark to me that they, couldn't bend over to tie their shoes anymore, and they were wearing slip-ons. Well, I got a different reason for that, but I had issues with bending over because of my back. But when somebody's overweight and there's a gut in the way, and I can speak on this because I used to weigh 250 pounds. I lost 100 pounds. Actually, I didn't lose it, I gave it up. But the idea that I couldn't bend over to tie my shoes either. Hey, Chloe, you're one of the reasons why I'm here, by the way. I saw your comment come through in my email that I was checking this evening, and I was like, Chloe's out there somewhere. But so hi and blessings to you. But in this understanding, though, that there are some times that we have forgotten how to do something, like the simple act of jumping up and down or whatever, as we get older, we just don't have the same opportunities to want to jump up and down. So because I'm not a puppeteer and storyteller, well, I still am the storyteller. But I used to do a lot of theater and stuff. I love you too. And in that, I was, jumping around, dancing and moving and doing things. But so when you don't do that anymore and you just are around every day and everyday normal activities, jumping isn't necessarily in there. But there's something to it that reminds us of being a child. Now, unless you've had a physical impairment from childbirth or something, and I've had my leg broken, so I know what that means to have an impaired childhood and have to be on crutches or whatever. And I've had a lifetime of issues with my left leg. I'm happy to say, knock on wood, so far so good. She's still keeping in there with me. I showed my brothers and sisters when I was up in Ohio, the fact that can you get better physically? And I showed them my leg and showed them the scar on my thigh and described there were pictures. They had pictures of me. I don't know how they got them or where they were, but anyway, of me in a cast when I was like 16 or 17 years old. And it was during my long convalescent, my year and 3 months of being in a cast kind of thing. And they had pictures of me in that. And my younger sister was like, do you want the picture? And I was like, no, you keep it. Because I remember being in the cast, but y'all don't know how long I was in the cast and what I had to go through and what the lifelong issues I've had with my leg because of that accident. And I want to show you that I am, I can bend my knee better now than I could when I was 14 years old. So I'm here to tell you that, don't ever give up, don't ever give in, because if you say, well, it'll never happen, it will never happen. So I am proof to myself that if, you got to try though. I got to tell you, to get up and move my shoulder and everything and to get my back in place after that fall on the river 2 weeks ago, I got to get up. You can't just say, well, I think I'm going to get better. Well, it requires thought. but it also requires doing. So when I say it's never too late, there are people, and tonight, this morning of doing this video is like, well, maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll do this video another time. And it's like, no, right now, come on, let's turn it on. It's the middle of the night. I know there's somebody out there that's probably sleepless in Seattle or wherever. And that it's never too late. Well, I don't know. Well, as soon as you start saying that, well, I don't know. I'm getting pretty old. Okay. So, but if you do certain things and if you lose a few pounds and I love you all if you're a little overweight, but you don't need to be. You can do something about it and should. Okay. Because the older you get, it's not any easier to carry the weight around. Your whole system, your whole body goes through changes. Believe me. And, because the younger folks are telling me, oh my God, Uncle David, I can't believe that I forgot how to jump. And I'm like, you can retrain yourself. And they were like, what? And I was like, yeah, because, I didn't do it today, but me and Duggar went on a really good walk and checking out grapes and things and stuff that are growing around. And after my friend mowed the trails and stuff around here, I really got a nice place to wander without having to worry about, getting scratched and eat up and too many things in the way. But, running, when I go up to check the mail, when I come back downhill, I run back maybe 30 yards that I will run back to the house, where the yard breaks open into the field. I'll run back down here towards the house. The thing about jumping, doing a little leaping along the way when you're running, it's like being a kid again. It's like remembering what it was like when you were a kid running, unless you had some abnormality when you were growing up, but still to that point though. So the memories are still in our brains, right? How we do these things. So also in that, the gifts from the universe that I hippity hop, hoppity hop. Yep. All along the bunny trail, hippity hop on the bunny trail. I can't remember anyway. One of them songs from a long time ago. Some of them old timers had some crazy songs they sang to us. Some of them don't make any sense these days. It didn't make a lot of sense back then either, but But anyway, so one of the things though that if we did it as a child, unless there's something honest to God wrong with you, you can still do it. Okay. Now you might not be able to jump as high, you might not be able to run as far, but did you allow yourself to get to that point? And that's one of the things that I realized. And so if y'all know me the last couple of years, I talk about going on, we went on a hike or we went on on the river again. And the river right now, oh my God, we've had a lot of rain. And the river's up to like 9.5 feet, which is about 5 feet higher. Let's see. Now, the last time I was down on the river with Duggar that I took pictures and stuff, it was about 6.5, 7 foot. So it's about 3 feet higher than the last time I was on the river. And at 7 foot, it was higher than normal for me, but I loved it because there were a lot of places I could get through and to that normally you can't get to because the water's too low. So, but anyway, I am looking forward to getting back on the river with Duggar in the kayak because I know that my shoulder and my shoulder blade, it feels like when I fell, it got shoved into my spine. So this side of my shoulder blade, is like, it's really tense in there and I can't get to it. But I know if I go paddle for a few hours, it'll do me a lot of good in the long run, and I'll be able to hopefully kind of work out some of them muscles simply by different modes of paddling. So instead of complaining about it, I'm complaining because the river is a little too high right now. But in that, yes, Chloe, it's important to stay active daily. Now, to that same point, I was awake and alert for 2 weeks straight. I mean, like awake. And since I've been back, I've had way too much sleep time. I will absolutely, tell the truth on that. But it seems like there's been a lot of stuff that happened, a lot of things that I had to revisit somehow in the dream world about the family and all the connections that were lost. Why, all the, hey, Jody, how are you? Yeah, it passed right like within 20 miles of here, the center of the tropical storm. And we didn't get what 20 miles west of me, I'm sorry, 20 miles east of me got. And I mean, it was like right over us kind of thing. But 20 miles east of us, they got nailed. But we were lucky. We got some rain, but very little high wind. So right here, we were lucky. There were a couple of limbs and stuff that got tossed out of the tree. I noticed there was on one of the trails that I go down, that there was a new tree that had fallen, uh, especially coming down my alternate driveway. There was a big pine tree. It was rotten, but it came down in the high rain in the last couple of days, because me and Doug usually walk around the hill up here, and it wasn't there the last time I walked through there. But it's been raining every day. I mean, every time I was like, well, let's go outside. Duggar, God bless his little self. The grass was wet, and he just went like 10 steps out into the yard and peed. He usually goes off up the hill to like do his poo. And he was like stepped out, and I was like, he did it right beside the truck. And I was like, what? You don't ever do that. You always go up up somewhere in the field. But he would not get his feet wet for nothing. And he'd look outside, go, crap, it's still raining, But today we didn't get rain until late. And Duggar's up in the field, and he's rolling, doing his, oh my God, I'm so happy in the yard kind of thing. So, but no, we didn't get any damaging anything, but we did get some stuff knocked down. So, but anyway, thanks for asking. And I hope we got a lot of water though. There's a lot of water everywhere. And I'm really happy to say that some of the landscaping that I've done here at the back porch, and I want to get back on it, but that with all the rain and everything that we've had, my landscaping and how I put it in has worked. It is not flooded out. It hasn't overtopped. It's really working. So what has been a dream in my head for quite a few years has actually come to a fruition of sorts, and that it's actually working. So thumbs up with that. I'll do an outside video one of these days soon. But it's just been, I wanted to do something outside the other day, but I mean, it's been raining. So it's like, okay. But we went for so many years in a drought situation. I mean, 10 years of drought down here, and constantly watching what to do with water and so forth. But having had a really nice discussion with my nephew, he's like, Uncle Dave, he goes, he said, I've always been proud of you and love your house up there. I'm going to see if I can't talk him into coming up here and hiring him for a weekend to come up and do some work for me, and to come visit too. But He's a contractor and does work. And so, come up, I'll pay you, for your trip and your visit. And, but I'm going to I want to pay somebody anyway. Nobody will come. So if he'll come up for a day or two and work, I'll make it worth his while. I'll pay him whatever somebody else, however else he would get paid. But anyway, so but he says, he said, I've always admired you. He said, because you built that place and you stuck to it and you're still there. And, your house with all the windows and the solar energy and you dug your own well. And he said, I've always, appreciated you about that. And I was like, really? Wow. So he was telling me some things that I was like, one of the things in your life, it's never too late, is that somebody somewhere might be thinking about you or, done something. Or in this case, it's my nephew, who's a very nice man, several kids and grandkids, make me feel old, don't you know? But in that, he's thought about me and about the house and about certain things that I didn't know that he was thinking about me and about the house and about stuff here. And that he was proud of me sticking up for what I've done and was like, he was asking me about my son. And of course, me and my son have had issues over the years, but I thought they were resolved. But so whether or not he talks to me, that's one thing, but he is absolutely, and I'm not speaking bad about my son, I'm stating the truth. He has totally rejected any of the Knowles side of the family. Aunts, uncles, cousins who still love him, my daughter, his half sister, and other family members, not a word. And so, so my nephew Derek was like, but I remember coming up to your house and I remember doing this. And, regardless of what your son might, he goes, I'm proud of what you done. You stuck it out. And I don't understand why he wouldn't be proud of you. Well, because I don't live in a brick home and I live down here on the edge of the swamp and I've built my house out of recycled wood and different things and stuff. But here's the thing, there were people 20 years ago that said my house wouldn't last, and it's been 37 years now, and a lot of the house is still here. I've had to rebuild it because of termites and other issues, and there are still things I would like to fix on my house, but it is still, even in its dysfunctional state, I still have a house and it's paid for. So, there have been other things that was more important for too many years, like doing theater and so forth. But I was making money at it, along with, it was my lifelong dream to do what I did. So, I got her done. But then I got so old and sickly that I was not able to work on the house like I should have been doing. So here I am, 7, 8 years later, after having all that trauma and the brain, all that stuff. I'm still relearning. I'm re-educating myself on that. Well, okay, I need to fix this on the house. And I need to I might need to buy a new chop saw, but other than that, I've got the tools. I've got nail guns and compressors, and I've got all kinds of tools. So all I need to do is, it would be nice to have a little bit of help, to just be here to help me think through some things. But but regardless of whether or not anybody shows up, I realized that there are some things after visiting my relatives that I just want to take care of. And guess what? It's never too late. Well, while I was on the trip, I was thinking, man, I should have fixed this up. I should have done this a long time ago. And I could have done that. And I should have, would have. But as I'm walking around the yard and everything today with Duggar, finally, we had an afternoon, Again, it did rain at evening time, but we did have a little bit of sunshine, and it was nice to go outside and without getting rained on until later on in the evening. But in looking around and going, I realized that part of my brain has always been, well, I was saving this because I was going to use it. I still got some wood outside piled up that some of it may still be good, but it's tongue and groove oak from a floor I took up many years ago. And ancient oak flooring, that I was going to use for walls and ceilings and so forth. But but I don't know if any of it's any good or not. It's still in a pile out there. But regardless, I'm going to go through that pile, and I have kind of sort of given up because I was working with my blueberries, and I was going down to the river, and me and Duggar were doing some camping stuff, and so there were some things that this spring I maybe could have took care of, and for whatever reason had decided to go do something else that day. But now I realize that there's some, while I was gone, I was like, I could have done a little better. Now that's my own judgment. I could have done something about that versus saying, well, I'll get to it tomorrow. Tomorrow's another day. That's a really good excuse. But what about right now? Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, okay, but what about right now? What you doing it right here at this moment? Well, I'm looking out the window now. Since we've been back, it's been raining, and every time I wanted to go out and do something, I'm just like, I'm a little sore. I'm sort of kind of congested, and I got into the whatever virus that with my stomach, which I am doing better, thank you much. But I really don't need to be running around at my age in the rain if I don't have to. So, but today, when it was clear, I went out and said, I don't have to be out here, but I want to be out here. So, but it's never too late to make up your mind. Now, I dashed in and out of the rain over the last couple of days just because. But I realized while I was dashing in and out and looking at some things that I couldn't make up my mind about before, I suddenly have made my mind up. And I realized, it's never too late to throw something away. Well, but it's never too late. I want to say that, yeah, but it's been 2 years. You ain't touched it. Don't you think maybe it's time? Do we have anybody we can give it away to? Well, if the answer is no, but it can't stay here. It can't stay here anymore. I've adopted too many things from too many other people that I have tried to deal with over the years. And one of the things that I realized, if it wasn't mine to begin with, if I didn't drag it home, now somebody might have drug it here and left it. That's not the same thing as me bringing it home. Okay. So if I didn't bring it home, and there's enough of that for me to deal with, if it was somebody else's stuff, and nobody has come to claim it or take whatever, or my responsibility as caretaker has ended there, and it's never too late to either give it away, throw it away, put a sign on it, but it ain't staying here no more. So where there were some things, and I've looked around and my eyeballs going, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone. All we have to some of this would have already gone if it hadn't been raining this week. But to my point though, it's never too late. Oh, well, but it is about, I've looked at stuff. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Well, but okay, I do now. It just ain't going to stay there no more. My responsibility of it is over. Well, if it means I have to throw it away, then that's that. My being caretaker of whatever it is over. Okay, because there are things that I need to work on, but things are in the way and blah, 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 blah. And I got this to deal with and I don't know what to do with that. Well, now it's called the garbage can. Now I intend to give some things away still if but for me to try to say, well, it's still got a use, but I don't know whether or not I'll ever get to it or whatever. That's my dilemma. It's never too late to go out and get something else if I want to start a project like that. But it is too late for me to keep some of this stuff when it's holding me up from fixing my barns and sheds and doing other things. It's in the way. I can't do one because there's too much stuff in the way that I've not been able to deal with. Okay. So my point is it's never too late to go in there and go, sorry, you're out of here. I'll put it by the road and say, free, if you want it. Otherwise, it's, when the garbage man gets there, it's going to be gone, you know. And I'm not going to think twice about it. Where before, before my trip, I was like, golly, this has still got some use, and I don't know what I ought to do with it. And I've tried to give it away, and now I don't know what, mine's made up now. Time's up. It's never too late to give it away, but it can be too late for me to try to keep it, to try to do something with it when it's actually in the way of my doing other things. So it's never too late to change your mind, is my point about this. So, but it's not just that. It's my way of thinking after meeting with my brothers and sisters for the first time and all of us being there and realizing that, my God, any of this was possible. Why did it take so many years for me to make up my mind, or my sister and I, or however we decided it, that we decided it now? I just look back and my regret is that I didn't act on this sooner. So why should I wait any longer to do certain things when, if it's within my power to make them happen, especially now that I'm older and I don't have any kind of tie downs so much and so forth. I know people have normal lives, but I've used my niece Jennifer, who wrote a book, by the way. Yes, my niece is an author. And here's the book. Dirt Roads to Grace. And it's by Jennifer Purser. I'm proud to say that she's my niece. There's a lovely picture of her there. It's a small one. But it's about her journey and her journey with her father dying at an early age, and I don't know what's in here. I'll have to look. Pictures, I think. But anyway, so having met my niece again, and and everybody that says they've read it, says, okay, where's the rest of the story? So, but Jennifer is an example, and I can use her a little bit because she wrote a book. In that it's never too late to make changes. It's never too late to seek other ways. It's never too late to try to make better. And, but at the same time, because I had, a couple of days at her house and been able to chat with her and so forth. And we talked about some heavy duty stuff at times. I didn't want to overwhelm her because, she knows her Uncle Dave's kind of crazy. But, at the same time, I wanted to let her know that I still had a grip on reality, but sometimes my reality was a little bit more expanded than other folks, but that was okay. But she was still kind enough to take me to the river and say, yes, let's go tubing or kayaking or whatever, and yes, please come back. And I told her some of my story and the fact that I refused to give up and that it's never too late for me. And I was able to be there and visit with her. And so with her story and my story, our collective stories of how we get to where we are, and it's our journey in life. And as I was saying the other day in a video, I think I was talking about, that Life is love, the nature of life, the spirit of life, just being alive, my spirit, but my niece's spirit, my brothers and sisters. I talked with Johnny the other day. He called me up and said I was thinking about you, and I was too. Not directly, but about my trip and staying up there. But he was included in that, And he called me and he goes, I'll pay you if I want you to go ice fishing with me, and whatever your plane fare is, I'll pay half of it, just to get you to come up here and go ice fishing with me. And the fact that until about a month ago, I didn't really understand. Yeah, I got brothers and sisters up there, but I didn't have brothers, and I didn't know I had brothers and sisters who cared enough to say, "Hey, I'll pay half your plane fare." And if I could do that, I'd say, "Look, if you wanted to come down here, I'd pay half your fare." If I had enough money, I'd pay the whole damn thing if you could come down and visit me. So I get that, but I never. It wasn't a. It was a subjective reality. Okay, well, I got brothers and sisters up there. Yeah, and I could go in, and yeah, and blah blah blah. But now, they call me up and go, "Hey, let's make this happen. Let's see if we can, I'll help you out if I can." He's not rich, neither am I, but I could see saving up enough money to be able to go up there, or to have him come down here, or you know what I'm saying? So, but before the inkling, we didn't know each other. So, but now, because it's never too late to make connections with people, it's never too late to extend a hand or a heart or a thought, like doing this here in the middle of the good morning, everybody. It's 3:01 a.m. here on the Hawkeye Two Feathers station, as we come back off of our trip. So, but anyway, in life, though, I know I keep talking about my journey, but in that, my journey is the journey of my niece, who's wrote a book, and the journey of other people that I've met, and another lady, my girlfriend of my brother, Arno. She wrote a book. It's around here somewhere. I haven't got to it yet, but in that each of these wonderful people have journeys, and how they've dealt with it, and how they've overcome their shortcomings. And what I found out with two ladies who've written books, my niece and I can't remember her name, but anyway, she was a very nice lady, and gave me her book and something else. I can't remember, but um, the fact that there are people, had I not extended myself, if I'd said, "Well, I don't know, I'm too old for a trip like that," you make excuses for stuff. And I realize that I've made up too many excuses over the last couple of years. Some of them are true. Yes, I still have some brain issues, and yes, I need to be careful about driving. And yeah, but I've used that too much as an excuse to not do anything. Of course, now the COVID thing and the lockdown, but having traveled America and having seen that it's like so much bullshit. Oh, and they're trying to say there's a new variant coming around that's going to scare us all again, and we all got to get our shots. And, have you seen the latest videos, by the way, of people after getting their shots? They have these little doodads after they inject your pet with its little locator chip. They can scan it and it'll go beep, 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 and it'll show that it's active and with the dog, right? There are people who are using those scanners on their arms, and it's going like beep, 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 like, here I am. Just saying. But like my niece here, Miss Jennifer, she goes, "No, I'm sorry. It is, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm not letting my daughters or my son, and I'm surely not going to get injected with anything that hasn't been, tested and been proven, really effective, and with no, and she goes, no. And so many of the other people that I know are saying the same things. It has nothing to do with them being conspiracy theorists or whatever, but they're saying, no, we don't think this has been tested enough, that everybody must rush out and get one. No, now they're saying two, and maybe you should still. Now they're even saying, get this, after all the places that I've been, the Air Force Museum in Dayton with 1,000 people there and nobody screaming or hollering or pushing away, or, I mean, what? That people are just absolutely terrified of being around each other or something. And they're just not going to buy it. Whether there is another variant, and that could very possibly be true. But at the same point, though, are you serious? You're going to scare us to death? And, the land down under is still under severe lockdown in Australia. This is stupid. This is beyond belief. And that we really seriously should be going, no, sorry, you're not going to, scare us into locking ourselves down again. We went along with it, but we ain't buying this shit no more, Even if it means some of us are going to die, they're just like, nope, sorry, I ain't buying it, So, but anyway, people are still saying it's never too late to change your mind. It's never too late to learn a new song. It's never too late to pick up a guitar or a mandolin, or, after meeting my brother Dennis and he's got a hammer dulcimer. Now I really want one, and I've wanted one for years. I've got quite a few musical instruments here in the house, but I really want one of those, And if I got enough money and I can buy one, then why not? If it will give me pleasure to have one. I really wanted to build one, but maybe I should buy one and then use it as an example, and build one later on, because I got to get my shop cleaned up, etc. So, building one is going to be years away, or at least a year. Whereas I could buy one, online if I wanted, whatever, and have it within a couple of weeks. So, it's never too late to make a change in your life. Being here at 3:00 in the morning, and blessings to all y'all. And if you're lurking in the background, it's okay. You don't have to be in the chat. I just wanted to be here, and I just felt like there was somebody out there just needed to listen to some Hawkeye chit chat about shit, I guess, and share a bowl with you, and let you know that I still care about you. And there are a lot of people who like, Hawkeye, you got these people, you've never met these people on the internet. You've never met, I've never met Chloe or Delaney or Jody or Barry. But some of you I've talked to on the phone. Like, for example, last week we did that tribute to Brian Barnett. And having had my own experiences with and about Brian, and having been able to share that with other people, it's like, there's been a thing. I love watching cartoons, the Avengers and Spider-Man, and the cartoon ones. Some of them are the storylines are really good, by the way, and the animation ain't bad, but the storyline is what I go for, because I like listening to a good story. And some of the new shit that they've got out there just makes no sense at all. I'm still apart, you all the same. Yeah. But in that, I seriously thought about many of you while I was gone on the trip, and was like, I mentally was wishing that you could all see that waterfall where I was at. Hey, Amanda, how are you? And sending prayers out. And, and for whatever I was going through on my trip, I was hoping that your trip and your reality was still going as well as possible, and that, you're still learning and to accept and receive, And, but sometimes we have to get out of our norm, you know. And so one thing that really helped me by going on this trip was realizing that I should have been going on trips. I should have been making plans. I should have been going camping if it wasn't, but over to a nearby state park or so. I should have been doing more myself. Now the weather has not been real conducive to some of this stuff, and me and Duggar have been learning how to, get it, to camp down here in our own woods. So but now I'm ready to take it to the next step, because if I'm going to go traveling and he's going with me, then he's got to learn, certain rules while we're gone. So, one of the things that why I haven't been going, get this, is because Duggar doesn't know how to travel. Well, if I don't travel with him, he's never going to learn, so staying home and making excuses. Now I got issues with my truck. And so, but all of these things are like, if I want to travel, then I got to fix my trucks. If I'm going to do this, and I got to do that. And I've got enough money I can do certain things without, going zero in the bank account. But I'm even realizing, though, that even if I zeroed out my bank account, at least I'd have a truck and be able to go somewhere. It'd take me another month when I get my next check, maybe, to get the gas to go anywhere, but my truck would be fixed. Yeah. So it's never too late to change your mind. It's never too late to make another, decision. Like, okay, so while I was gone, I realized, okay, I haven't gone somewhere because my truck, okay, but these are all excuses because for whatever reason, I didn't act on something myself, okay? It all came back down to me in a lot of ways. So because I hadn't made certain decisions. Well, I'm ready to make decisions now because I've got this whole other family that would love to have me come up again. And there's too many of them to try to come down here. So that's not possible. But me and Duggar, absolutely. We can go on a 2-week trip and go up and just stay and hang out and then come back and be leisurely. We don't have to be in any kind of rush to get back. My sister was getting back because she had a 2-week vacation through Walmart and she wanted to get back and all that good stuff. So, but I don't have any time schedule. So if I make arrangements and my house is put up and everything is cleaned up and whatever, and I go for 2 weeks and decide to stay a couple more days, then it ain't no big deal, you see? So, and especially as I know I would plan it out so that, it would be easy on me. Where we were picking up and traveling every other day kind of thing, I would make it so we could go and camp somewhere for a day or so, check it out, drive for another day or whatever, and camp in another spot for a day or so and enjoy it and not be in a hurry, but still have a destination in mind. Yeah, Chloe, and how we live, it's like, so now for me, I know I keep pushing the age thing, but okay, so I'm 69 years old and and now I can travel. But when I was younger, I would plan on, okay, in 3 months or in 6 weeks or something like that, we're going to take a weekend and go to the mountains. And from here, it's a 6-hour trip, And okay, so I spent 6 hours, used to get off work, have everything packed, get in my vehicle and be there and and know places where I could go and set up a tent in the middle of the night and wake up in the morning and have coffee in the mountains, where other people say, well, we'll leave in the morning. No, I would leave that night and just go ahead and drive up because I'd be awake all night anticipating leaving in the morning. So I might as well leave, right? So, but I don't have anything to tie me down. So for whatever the excuses have been, I've been making up excuses. Bottom line, well, the dog don't know how to camp. Okay, so teach him. But how you going to do that? Go camping, you know? Well, we're going to do this. So, in my own brain, I've made up these excuses, and it's time to change that way of thinking for me. Um, because don't get me wrong, it's not like life is lousy, but having traveled around all my life and have camped all these places, and I know all these places in North Carolina. I know where there are ruby mines and things that people that live around there don't know about. Some of these things that we've stumbled upon, but you can't find them if you don't go. You can't have a good experience if you stay to the house. And as soon as the river comes down a little bit, me and Doug are going paddling. I know he wants to go because every time I jump in the kayak, he's right in there with me. So I know he wants to go. But, no more excuses. Now I'm sure that there's going to be weather issues and other issues. And, God knows, I hope I don't, fall over and hurt myself again, or, like I did last week or 2 weeks ago. But to the point, though, unless I break a bone, I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to get back up, because it's never too late to mend a broken heart. Now there are some times where there are some heartaches, though, that simply cannot be mended. But having had the opportunity to spend time with my brothers and sisters, and to have, like, I called my sister um, tonight and had conversation with her, and she goes, "Oh, I'm so glad that you're doing okay, and that you fell down, but you're all right." And so before they were out there, brothers and sisters, and I mean this by people too. Chloe's out there, Barry's out there, Amanda's out there, Jody's out there. And I may not have met you, but we've made a connection. So you're out there in your world doing whatever it is, and you come and share with me. But I realize that every one of you have made a difference in my life in one way or another. And you wouldn't be here if we weren't kind of sharing something. Okay. So my little chats and talks with y'all, and it's about time for a bowl. I've been sitting here ready to light this thing again. So it'll be 3:20 a.m. here on the Eastern Daylight Time. Here in It's Never Too Late show with Hawkeye Two Feathers. But honestly, though, we have to be self-critical to go, okay, am I to blame for some of my dismay? Well, I'm dismayed at the fact that I have not taken the initiative to go meet my brothers and sisters sooner than now. But I'm not going to live in regret. I'm going to fix this. If there's any way forward with this, I'm going to fix it. Hey, David Castle. So for every one of you that I've met here online, and I was remembered by, hey, Isby, and I went through my phone records and noticed that you had called me, and my brain has sort of been in a funk for a few days on and off. I think it had to do with the low pressure and all the rain and everything. Plus, my brain needed to recoup and figure out what that 2,000-mile trip was all about. And like I was saying earlier, if I was awake for a lot of those 2 weeks, I mean, just by being in different places and around other people, and the anticipation of meeting my kin, and then after meeting them, and the after effects, and all of the above. So my brain's got a lot of stuff that it just had to kind of figure out on its own. So, and when it when it says adios, Dave, and we go on a sleep spree, ain't a whole lot I can do about it anyway. But except to not get pissed off about it. That's one thing. But I do have the luxury of not having a job or anything like that, to where if I sleep for a couple of days, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. However, that's not an excuse, again, because I realize that in the older I'm getting and the more I see 70 coming down the road, I just never thought I'd make it to the age of 70. I guess I was too reckless. But one of my early premonitions when I was trying to figure out what this premonition stuff was all about was that I did die. There was a period of my life where a lot of things changed, happened. I grew up. I quit, being angry so much. And that in a lot of ways was a death of me. Sort of the younger me that didn't give a shit, but just careless and in a lot of ways reckless too. And I wasted some good years that way. But I never intended to hurt anybody. I always kept a job as much as possible. I always excelled in the jobs that I had. And I always tried to move up on the ladder, even if it was just, a slight parallel move, but it would train me in another area of machine work or something like that. And so that's why I have a variety of different talents and aspects in life. I've worked for sewage treatment plants. I've worked for a company, Flowers Bakery. They make flour recycling thingies. And I had no idea how volatile flour dust is or was or can be. It's amazing. And just stuff about stuff because, somebody had offered me a job for 3 months. Okay. So you go learn that job for 3 months. You still have the knowledge. You still have attained it. And, you got work for 3 months, right? Certain buildings that you put up. Okay, we're going to build this building, and when it's done, well, we'll see if we can find another one. But so I put up several steel buildings. One of them was one of the out there at Mall Aircraft in Moultrie. When I first moved up here, I was very skilled in doing putting up steel buildings and so forth, and had put up several down in Florida and around Tampa and Gainesville and different places in Florida. And so I was skilled at those, even though those jobs were short-lived. I still worked for 3 to 6 months putting up a steel building, So I walked the purlins. I pulled them up. My highest eave height that was straight down was 90 feet. And the crane broke loose. He moved I was out in the middle hanging onto the cable. Thank you, Jesus. And he was supposed to boom the crane in towards the other rafters. And I had a hold of a rope and was pulling a purlin up, and we were going to tie the two rafters together 90 feet straight down. And he boomed it the wrong way and tore it loose from the haunches. So this rafter I was sitting on was doing this number, and I'm hanging on with my arm and my elbow, looking down, going, holy fuck. And so when I got down, of course I wanted to beat his ass. I wanted to hurt the man with my spud wrench. I would not go back up there with that guy as the crane operator because I was going to kill him. So, I've been in certain situations, and how I haven't done high-rise apartments, but I have worked up top in a lot of things. Like I was talking about, working up top in the merry-go-round that time that I slipped because of the dew had fallen and grabbed a hold of a metal rod. My arm hit the 220 on the commutator around the center pole, and I got rode, across the fence and out in the field, going like this. Yeah, I kind of been there too. But it's never too late to change your ways. It's never too late to like figure out how to do something different, but sometimes you have to go through those experiences. I think about how I ended up like first I was up in the top of the merry-go-round and then I wasn't. And I was laying on the ground going, "Oh, hey Maverick, how you doing? Howdy y'all, right back." So glad you're strong, lucky, quick thinking. Yeah, I've been. I have to admit that for whatever reason, I'm still here on this planet. I must say that I have been taking some beatings and bruisings and being flipped on the like damn near being electrocuted and getting tossed into the into the field for the merry-go-round all them years ago. But here's the thing, I survived them, by the grace of God, I have survived them. So, and I wasn't being careless that night that I slipped up there. I mean, it was slippery. I have taken down the top side of many a carnival ride because I could work the top and fold the canvas quicker and faster than anybody else, because I wasn't scared to do it. But uh, when the paint gets damp in the middle of the night and you remove the canvas and it gets slippery, that's a whole nother story. But to the point though, I've never been afraid to like say climb up there and do that. And here's an interesting point that I haven't been to anywhere that I've had to look over the edge and like feel like I was going to fall. But I've noticed over the edge that somehow I have acquired this really bad sense of I don't want to fall. I'm not looking over the edge. I it's a long way down. Yeah, I know. I don't want to look. And so, vertigo. I mean, like almost to a panic vertigo, where my sister and I had walked down this trail and out onto this open bluff area that looked up and down this valley where we were at there in Tennessee. Beautiful place. And as I started walking towards the edge, I could feel the vertigo in me and my heart pounding. And it was like, no, you can't get any closer. And I'm like, yeah, but I used to like walk right up to the edge and look down. And now I was like, I'm 10 feet away and already I'm feeling this anxiety. And I'm like, yeah, we ain't having this. So I edged up to it way beyond my comfort zone. And I realized that I did not used to be that way. So, but I was that way in certain instances, and like looking over the edge. Now, when we were up on the gravel road up in the Smoky Mountains, where we went uh, to the waterfall, I could walk up to the edge of the road and look down, and it would be a long way down, let me tell you. But because I've been on gravel roads and stuff like that before, I was comfortable with the road, I guess, and going up to the edge and looking over and going, yeah, that's a long way down, But I wasn't terrified. But there were certain places that I was surprised at how terrified I have become about heights and about whatever this quote fear of falling is. And I mean, I put my roof on here, a lot of it by myself. And I've worked on, putting up steel buildings and always worked the rafters and stuff. And, I didn't always walk across them, but until we got, most of the purlins up. But I didn't have any problem with crawling across something, like crawling across the girder and pulling up the next purlin. I'd step up and walk over and get on the next one. But I wasn't necessarily, until we got it locked together, was I that person that you see 30 stories up that's walking along a girder. I wasn't quite that good. But like I said, after we started getting the building up and it was more stable, then I did get that good in that I could walk a rafter or a girder. So I've been there, done that. It's okay, but it's interesting in that now I want to know where I learned, get this, where I learned to be afraid of getting near the edge. I mean, like, where did I pick this up? Because in my lifetime, I was always the guy that climbed up. I'll get it. Where is it? It's up the tree. Okay. And never thought twice about it. Went to Serpent Mound, by the way, in southern Ohio. It was not what I expected, but it was still cool. And here's the thing: I can go back there now in my head because I know what it looks like. And I have walked the entire perimeter of the serpent. I knelt down and hey, D Ocean, how are you? You got that fear too? Wait, somebody said something about a something. Let me back up here a little bit. Oh, Maverick says vertigo can and should be learned. I was a roofer, no escaping height. Sometimes it was a necessary thing. Hang out on the edges. Yeah, right, Maverick. I used to do that all the time, You just know, more careful and cautious. The old body ain't 20 anymore. Yeah, but here's one of the things that is like interesting for me is that how did I learn to be scared? Because when I did, I wasn't necessarily fearless, but we had swings in trees back in the day. We had tree forts and 2 and 3 story tree forts. We were climbing and slinging and, playing war and doing stuff in the trees. Never scared, crawled out on tiny little limbs. It just, and now I go to the edge of like, a rock formation and I'm like panic wants to set in. This isn't normal for me. It's not a normal behavior. And when I was at Serpent Mound, here's a point to that. So I used to go and back in the day when they had forestry towers, that I would go and climb the towers and go up and visit the guys in the station. And back when I was a Boy Scout, Cub Scout, that's what I wanted to do. And they were actually jobs that did that back then. And I was like, I wanted to be a fire tower watcher. And I learned mapping and I learned about triangulations and smoke. And so I would go up there and, there were times where I'd say, no, been there, done that, but was another life. Yeah. Past life. Maybe you fell, maybe you were older, but um, that's what I'm kind of going through right now, Chloe. It's like, it seems like a really old memory of a fall or something. And in my being in the dream time sometimes too much, and then coming out into reality. See, there's been nothing around here to challenge that fear of falling or being too close or something, around here that would really like tax me or test me. But by going up into the mountains and going to certain places and looking down the stairs of the Chattahoochee River up there in Decatur, and going, whoa, that's kind of steep, where before I just would have went boop, 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 and walked down these stairs. And I looked down at them and went, whoa, that's interesting, a little bit of vertigo here. Or I was a little stoned, but I didn't want to be too stoned or high to go to these places, right? But I realized, I was like, wow, that's different, a different perspective. I haven't been in the mountains in a while and haven't been in around anything that's really steep like that, right? So wow, where did this vertigo come from? And then going over here to these other folkses and realizing I was standing on the edge of this rock that, wasn't really that high up, but I realized as I got over to the edge, it was maybe like 5 or 6 feet off the ground level kind of thing. But as I looked over it, I was like, I've got vertigo. And I know this rock is, not as tall as me. Why do I feel like, whoa, I'm going to fall? It ain't that far. So now, did I learn that? Is that a memory from the dream time? And because I haven't been to the mountains or have uh, been associated with steep angles or whatever, that now all of a sudden I have developed this weird vertigo thing. I challenged myself several times while I was gone, going, where the hell did I pick this shit up? I'd be the first one on a roof. I'd be the first one, I'll go up. And now it's like, it's not like I'm scared of a ladder now, don't get me wrong. But it was interesting in that my perception of certain heights and certain angles and how steep something was, that I was like, whoa, baby, that's interesting. I did not used to get that. So whatever my perception is visually versus how deep or the angle or whatever it is that I see now, maybe I would look over the side of a mountain and go, ooh, that's a good ways down. Now I understand what, like the distance and the thingy and what would happen if you fell from that, maybe it's old age has said, where something like that, I would have thought that I just wouldn't be afraid of. I would still have I've always had respect for heights. Don't get me wrong. I have climbed up some steep hills and back in the day, and I have always wanted to, sure enough, rappel. I've done some free climbing back in the day in Arkansas and some of the mountains up there. And climbing up is one thing, but climbing down is another. Now, not any of these really steep faces that you see some of these other folk. And I'd planned a route going up. Let me tell you this one climbing trip in southwestern Arkansas in the Ouachita Mountains. Okay. And I'm trying to remember the name of the creek that it was on. It's a beautiful place in the Ouachita Mountains there. Kind of sort of close to Oklahoma, towards that border, Barnes Creek or something like that. But anyway, there was some, I did not know that they had tarantulas in the mountains out there. Okay. Did not know. Now, there had been some people. Now, you got to understand, this is like 74, 75, 76. Okay. You had to go to the library to learn something, and you picked a lot of nonsense up, sort of like too much information on too many YouTube videos about stuff that some people don't have a clue what they're doing. And one day I might have a serious conversation about, hey, Ian, I almost missed you there. It does seem it has triggered some kind of, yeah, I got that on a curb sometimes. I have no clue. It's really weird, ain't it, D? Um, you know, um, it's not that I don't like them. They just didn't used to bother me. It just interesting. Where did I pick this up? I never climbed a tree while I was scary. Yeah. We had some trees that we climbed when I was growing up as kids, and it's all down and everything now. Oh, what I was going to say about Serpent Mound having related to what we used to do as kids. We lived 9 blocks, seriously, from Busch Gardens. And back in the day, the brewery was there, and it had a big Anheuser, the Busch symbol on the side of the building. And they built an escalator into the top of the, out of the gardens. There were penguins and stuff down below. And you went up the escalator up to a viewing area, which looked straight back at our house, okay, 9 blocks away. because we used to go up the escalator and look back. So what we did was to find out where our house was and if we could see it, we climbed the tallest tree in our little neighborhood there and stuck a pole up with a flag on it and tied it to the top of the tree. Okay. Climbed down the tree. We'd been up and down this tree a gazillion times. We were always up there looking around. And so then we rode on our bikes and snuck into Busch Gardens. Back then, you had to go in with a tour group. And up the escalator we went and standing around like we knew what we were doing. Of course, we did. We'd been up there a bunch of times. And sure enough, we could look back from the platform at the top of the escalator on the outside of the building where our house was in relationship to Busch Garden, or, to the brewery, because we could see our flag, the stick sticking up and with our flag flying in the air. So as little kids, that's what we did to find out where we were in relationship to things. But they've torn the brewery down. From what I heard, they've taken out most of that garden area, and it's like that was just a shame. It was so beautiful back in its day. And I worked there for a season. My brother worked there for a season. And Busch Gardens in and of itself were some really fine employees. We could go into the hospitality house when they would shut down, and we all got free beer. You had 30 minutes to drink up, and we could go into the hospitality house and get smashed, let me tell you. And especially when they had some Michelob on tap. That was always really good. But sit there in the hospitality house and watch the flamingos out there in the garden and so forth right outside. Gotta say, what a life it was back then. But the thing about heights, so when I was at Serpent Mound, almost 2 weeks ago, actually, it's been over 2 weeks ago, yeah, because we came down on a Tuesday. Anyway, they have these stairs that go up to a platform to observe Serpent Mound from on top of the structure, right? Now it's a steel structure. It wasn't wobbling in any way, but I went up the stairs and about halfway up to the first landing, which I don't know, was like maybe 20 feet. Halfway up that thing, I'm holding on to the rails. Ain't nobody around me. I'm realizing that, oh my God, I'm scared. And I'm like, I was ready to turn around and I said, oh, fuck, no, you're not. You're going to keep going up here because I have climbed up to the top of some of these things. And this is not, I am not supposed it's sturdy. There's no wind. I'm like, no, I want to see from up there. And so I went up there to the edge and I hung on, but there were parts of me that were absolutely terrified. But I wanted to get some shots from up there on that landing. And there was still another level to go up to, which was maybe another 10 foot up. And I could not make myself go up that last bit to the next layer. But I realized that whatever had come over me about this climbing thing and being up there, where before it would be like exhilarating, I was almost in a panic state standing up there holding on to the rail. Like I couldn't let go of the rail. Like, I had to have one hand on the rail at all times, which is just like so not like me. But so anyway, this journey of mine has been, like I said, I'm still kind of my brain's still going through some of this stuff. Like, no, okay, now that was really cool, but why did it happen? Have I suddenly, am I afraid to climb up on a platform like that? Why is it, where did I get this from? So, but at the same time, it challenged me, and I went up there. When I saw a large group of people wanting to come up, I decided to go down the stairs. And so the people that were down at the bottom were very kind because I was being very brave. But and the true reason, one of them, is that with my leg as bad as it is, I still have to go downstairs like one step at a time. I can't just go bloop 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 walk down. I have to do one leg, then the next, and I have to do them one step at a time. So my excuse to the folks at the bottom waiting to go up was that, old age and a bad knee, and I'm sorry, but I got to take one step at a time. When part of me was like, I couldn't have gone down the stairs any faster because of the height of the stairs and my knee, that part is true. But I didn't want anybody there to know that part of me was in a panic for the first halfway down. And when I got to a certain height, I was like, it just went away. And I was like, okay, so what happened in the last 5 feet that I have now I'm not. So, but anyway, so I knew this journey was going to be a journey in all sorts of ways in the shaman realm, as far as I'm concerned. And like, how did I suddenly become, for me, did I suddenly become wary of certain heights and things? Why did, where other things didn't seem to bother me, like going in the stream is, oh, the water's cold. And I went in and I went, no, it ain't, this is great. So different things, different, points of view. The things that I thought might bother me didn't, and things that wouldn't have bothered me did. Interesting. But from whatever the point of view is, it is definitely from a perspective. So I think possibly for me, being in the flatlands as long as I have, without venturing to the mountains and steeper climate, steeper elevations and so forth, that, I have, somehow lost being able to jump. As I talked about, I go one step at a time. Yep, it's never too late to develop a fear of heights. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Pearl. Okay, my reality would be as joyful without you in it. You're absolutely fine. But so Serpent Mound had some really interesting. The part of the discussion about Serpent Mountain, there's a valley like right at the edge of one of the tail end of the Serpent. I did some video and I need to try to upload it while I was there at Serpent Mound and showed around a little bit and everything with my new camera. I need to try to upload that. I have been remiss in that. But going up to the edge and looking down over the side, I was like, whoa. So some areas I could look over the edge and it was actually further down, but I didn't get that vertigo. Whereas walking up those stairs to that of the tower overlooking the Serpent Mound, I was terrified halfway up. Just interesting perspective from my point of view. But then, did I learn it? Has something happened between the last time I went anywhere to climb, which would have been at least 5 years when I went to Ohio the last time, but we didn't stop anywhere along the way. It was pretty much drive up, drive back. And wasn't much in between to have to deal with any kind of elevations. But this time it was, all about stopping and walking in places. And it was in some locations all about elevation. But interesting that over my many years that, things change in you and I don't have a clue why, it's okay. But for the sake of discussion and hanging out, me comes, but cautious. Yeah, I'm always cautious, but this time, Maverick, I swear there were a couple of situations that I felt my insides in utter terror. And I'm like, nah, I ain't having this, And I made myself stay up there and take pictures. Of course, like I said, I was always touching the rail, not that there was anywhere to fall. If I would have fell, it would have been to fall on the steel grate that I was standing on. And it was sturdy, didn't seem to be wobbling much, but you know, my insides were, for me, I was ungrateful because I wanted to stay up there like for 20 minutes and just gaze at the thing. And I couldn't. I was so terrified. I took pictures and wanted to come down. It was, for me, I was pissed off, you know. But had I given into the fear halfway up them stairs, I would have turned around and missed it, and I refused to do that. So, but in all things that, if it had been unsafe or something, it would have been different. But it was my own fear that I was unsafe, and I couldn't figure it out. Still can't. But here's the thing. I'm going to go back up there again when I've got more time. There are a couple of wilderness areas and state forest and state parks in that area. And my grandson, who's been in the chat a few times, works up around Tar Hollow State Park, which is in that area. And so I'd be able to, it would be a day trip from the park to go over to Serpent Mound, which closes at sundown. But as the experience, though, I guess it's like Pearl said, it's never too late to, learn, how to be scared of heights. Yeah, two at a times. Yeah, but I don't do the stair bounding bit anymore either. But my knee has gone through a lot, and the fact that it's still working after all these years, I'm gonna still be kind to it. I mean, I still climbed down some really steep areas to get to that waterfall that last day we were up in the mountains, and I don't regret that a bit. But I had a tree to hold on to, even though it was a good way down. I wasn't scared in any way. I had my walking stick. I even took video going down the thing. So I wasn't uncomfortable. But when I got to certain areas of the rock that I was standing on, I was like, whoa, ain't going over there. And it wasn't very far to fall. But having fell the day before, I was very cautious but not afraid. I was like, nah, I ain't letting this shit bother me. My last day up here in the mountains, I'm going to go out here and stand on this rock and look at this waterfall. And I sat down and my battery ran out and I didn't have another. So I took some pictures. I was taking video and the camera said, oops, which really kind of ticked me off, but I got some really nice pictures. But the feeling though of like, regardless of how steep it was, I was going to go down to the bottom of the falls, and I would stand up and look over the edge. That didn't bother me, but I really wanted to go to the bottom of the falls and look back up. And as steep as it was just a bare little trail. There was no real steps or anything involved. It was just how it kind of dug itself out naturally. But anyway, went down and back up with no problem. Took my time, but it was, there was no rush. It was just an easy, climb back. And in some places, it was that steep going back up, or going down, depending on which way you were going. But so I didn't have any problem there. So in my analyzing of we had just a few days earlier been at Serpent Mound. Now I'm going down this steep trail. That I could fall over the side of the mountain and tumble to my death versus being on the stairs at a, platform kind of thing. My brain was like, why am I not scared with this? I'm comfortable in these surroundings versus going up those stairs. But so I was taken and I fell the day before in the river. So I've had this fear of heights come out of nowhere, and I've fallen in the river and banged myself up pretty good. But on the last day, I determined that screw it all, I'm going to go do this anyway. And I'm glad I did. So, but and in that, I could have said easily, nah, ain't going, you know, looked over the edge, said, nah, ain't going. Nah, I got this thing. Well, here we go. Some blueberry headband. Oh, is it time again? Well, but I'll smoke with you. Yeah, Chloe. Maybe you were picking up energy, or maybe this stood in the way of the very place. You know what? I kind of wondered about that too, but there were other people around, and I didn't have time to really analyze the energy because God bless my sister now, and she liked to walk herself, but not as much as I did. But we were really constrained for time. So we had an hour and 30 minutes, and we had to be out of there. So where I would have liked to have stood there at the bottom of them stairs and analyzed myself, what the hell is going on here? I realized that I gotta get to moving. My sister's already halfway around and I ain't there yet. So, and one of the ironical things about the Serpent Mound. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand they got to do it. And this was a Monday or Tuesday. I think it might have been Tuesday that we were headed because we were at my brother's house on Monday, and we got up Tuesday morning and went south, and we're at the Serpent Mounds 2 weeks ago Tuesday. So anyway, but it says, do not walk on the mounds, do not touch the mounds, do not do this thing and that in respect for the mounds. And so, but while we were there, there's a guy on a riding lawnmower mowing the mounds. And so I'd stopped and was chatting with a couple of folks, and this one guy was doing some videotaping. And I looked at him and I said, it's really crappy that, and the guy in the mower is like 10 feet away. And we were both trying to get some video. And said, it's really crappy that here's the sign that says, don't walk on the mound because. And here's this guy mowing it, making all this noise. Now, how ironic is that? That we're standing beside this sign with him mowing, oh, you gotta, respect them natives. But he's got that, and he was taking his good old sweet time. I was like, well, you could have been around this thing and mowed it. Now, maybe he was like being respectful or whatever, but it was noisy as fuck for me. And I was like, you're ruining my whole thing here, Go mow, shut the damn thing off. Mow just before sunrise, or just close the park and then mow. But oh my God. Anyway, so the irony of don't, disturb the mound or walk on it, God forbid. And here's this guy mowing back and forth and all around and down and dipping and backing and up and down and around. I'm like, so much for respect. Now I know that they got to keep it up. Don't get me wrong. I get it. But at the same time, it was like if you crossed over this line, some magical guy was going to come out of the sky and like tap you and go, don't touch the Indian mound, And I looked around and several times and I just laid on the mound myself, not hands and knees, and said, thank you. And didn't really care if anybody saw me or if they were going to like, you can't do that. Okay, what are they going to do? I'd get up and I, go some other place and do the same thing. Yes, sir. Not all pick up on them, but of course the shaman would. Yeah, there were things that I was just picking up on that just. I will be happy in my heart for you when you go on your trip, but I will miss you also. Oh, if I go again, yeah. Well, I would plan on see my sister, and I understand we had to make time. We had to do what we did, but I would have made better arrangements as far as trying to stay connected. Um, some of the places where we were, there just wasn't any connection, period, up there in them hills. Didn't care what kind of cell phone you had, it wasn't going to work. And there were towers everywhere. Oh my God, the 5G towers. Oh, and get this, there are some electronics folks who've been working on these 5G phones that they're trying to pass out to everybody. And there's nothing in it that is anywhere related to 5G. Oh, buy this new Samsung 5G, and there ain't nothing in it that it's still, some of them are still 3G, and whereas most of them are just 4G, but they're telling you buy this new cell phone for with 5G technology, and it ain't got it. There's nothing in it. It's the same as a 4G or less. So y'all be buyer beware, which makes you also wonder why they put up all these damn towers if your quote new cell phone won't work and there's a tower a mile or two from the house. There's several of them around me, and I'm like, but now my friend, when he comes over, he can get a signal where you used to not be able to do so in the house. You used to have to go outside and walk up the hill to get a signal. Now you can get one in the house. Interesting. But but there are a lot of electronics folks who repair the glass on phones and stuff like that. They pop the battery, the back off, or the battery, whatever. And they ain't nothing in them to suggest that there's a 5G whatever in them. So I don't know what that's all about, but that's just one of them weird updates in the middle of stuff. Yeah, whatever you're doing, David Castle, hope it works out. Yep. So, for example, if I was sure enough going to go on a trip with Duggar, and we were going camping and everything, I would seriously consider getting a cell phone with a decent coverage. Not trying to yay or nay on any, but the best. And I used to when I traveled around with my cell phone, when I did puppets and everything, I had Verizon. And almost everywhere I went, even in the mountains and places, I had cell phone. And that's been 15 years ago. That was like 2005, 6, 7 in there. And so if I went back, I would try to find some kind of Verizon, whatever, because they had the best service. Now, there are some others that T-Mobile and some of these others, but as much as I do not like what Verizon did to me, and I'm still pissed off at them, if I had to have cell phone because of previous how it worked in the mountains and places that I went, I would probably go back with some kind of Verizon plan that would fit me, which could mean that I could possibly live stream from a cell phone. Okay, that's where I'm headed with that. Because I would love to be able to share some of these places where I was at and be able to upload them too, and show you how me and Doug are getting along, or for example, be somewhere and be able to do a drum or something, or talk about the local area, or like, for example, all the mullein I saw on the side of the roads, and interesting on where it was growing. And then 30 miles later in another state, you can't find any growing. That was really weird. That was really weird. Tennessee had mullein everywhere. I mean, everywhere. There are places in Ohio, it was everywhere. Driving down the road, you cross over the Ohio River and into Kentucky and couldn't find any. Then went to us further south, and in Kentucky it was all over the place. And then crossed over into Virginia, and then there wasn't any. I mean, it was just growing on the side of the road in places where you could see where they had mowed it down. It was so wild. and then you'd go 20 miles, and then you wouldn't see another for another, 100 miles. Just really strange how the different areas and the different mountain areas and the different places, it just, some things were prolific on the sides of the roads everywhere, and then you couldn't find something. Very interesting, just saying. But I would like to be able to point that out and be able to do a better job, because one of the things that I always wanted to do long before YouTube and any of this was that, because I love the outdoors so much, is I wanted, and I actually knew somebody who knew Mervyn Perkins, and I can't remember his name now, but he helped start the Cheehaw Wildlife Park in Albany, Georgia, which is north of me. And I can't remember his name, but he worked with Marlin Perkins back in the day when it was, Wild Africa or Wild whatever. Anyway, and a friend of mine in Moultrie, he literally went to school and went to Africa and spent a season or two over there, and met Marlin and this other guy, I can't remember, Jim something or other, but he's since passed away. But so I always want to do wildlife photography, and I've got many pictures over the years that I've taken down in the swamps and stuff, so it's always been a passion of mine that I could get a decent enough camera and be able to go some of these places. Well, I did an upgrade with the camera, and I'll tell you what, with the new memory cards and everything, I can literally take a day's worth of, if the battery will hold out, I can take a day's worth of video on one of these little chips now. It's just amazing how much memory is on this card I got. But, having two batteries now, and having, lots of memory, and a small tripod and so forth. And if I'm geared up and not in a hurry and I wanted to stop somewhere and take some video, then I would be able to do that. Now, if whether or not I could do it live, if I can, I just haven't been home long enough, just too much weirdness going through my brain and trying to unravel all this. I'll get to some of these pictures and upload them. They may end up on my Facebook page instead of on YouTube, but I will upload them, because some of these places were just really, really, really cool. And I would love to share the pictures with you, just to give you an idea of how beautiful America is and how beautiful the people are in this place, Yeah, you talking about finishing crops? Yeah, understood. And there's some interesting stories that have been coming from people from Ohio to Florida, of people that I know, and conversations about certain things, regarding smoke. And, it's like one of the things, for example, they've made it, you can get a medical card in Florida, but, you have to buy it by the eighth of an ounce, and you have to buy it like this, and you have to do it like that, and it has to be like this. And it's just like, there's so much bullshit about it. It's like, look, just make it legal, tax it, and let the market bear what it does. Screw all these laws, how much you can sell or not. That's just being stupid. But anyway, just tax it. That's the answer. Make the money off the tax. I would gladly pay a marijuana tax to not get busted. Wouldn't you? I've said it all along. I will pay $1,000 a year to get a license to be able to smoke it. I'll buy it once a year because it costs a whole lot more for me to lose my livelihood and everything, because I've been busted, felony possession, blah, blah, blah. And, it was a whole lot more than $1,000 a year. I had to pay $5,000 restitution and blah, blah, blah. To the state, I had to pay restitution because of the court case, right? And to my probation officer. But so to the point though, that $5,000, if you'd have given me, I could have gave you $1,000 a year, bought a license, and that would have been my tax paid up front, so I could smoke it and not get busted. Right? I proposed that years ago. How many people would do that if they knew they weren't going to get busted, no matter how much they had? Now, unless you're really honest to God transporting, like you can have a pound or so in your possession, but whatever, right? But this idea, though, that, I would gladly pay that. As broke as I am, I would gladly pay that and not ever get busted. Okay, they already know I smoke. They've already been to my house and busted me with helicopters. They know I still live here. They know I still smoke. But, I don't want to make it any kind of issue where please don't come bust me, Mr. Policeman. I'm thinking of an Arlo Guthrie song. Uh, Coming in from London from over the poles, flying in a big airliner, chicken flying everywhere around the plane. Girl, you couldn't feel much higher. We're coming into Los Angeles, bringing in a couple of keys. Don't touch my bags if you please, Mr. Customs Man. Anyway, so a little musical interlude here at 1:50 at 4:10 a.m. 10 more minutes, we'll be packing another one here at having a bowl at 4:20. Hanging out with Hawkeye Two Feathers, a.k.a. David Noel, here on this Friday morning in July. And for those up there around the New York City area, you may be getting intense winds and waves due to that tropical storm that used to be over us about a day and a half ago. So all the wind and the rain has moved to the northeast. I'm sorry. I've just got into my little, my old DJ mode. There's so many times I've laid around. There's so many times I've played around. I tell you now, well, they don't mean a thing. Well, the dawn is breaking, it's early morn. The taxi's waiting, he's blowing his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could cry. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me now and never let me go. 'Cause I'm a leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. I'm gonna have some lime. I know, Ian, but to the point of what I have already spent because I got busted, what it cost me and jobs and everything like that, it was more than $1,000 a year. Is my point. Uh, and yes, it's too much. But my point was, as much money as I had spent to the courts and to the system and all that, I would have gladly paid 1,000 a year to have avoided all that. You know what I mean? Just saying. Yes, it's too much. Yes, it's too much. But now, if they just tax the weed, they're probably going to get $1,000 of my money if Georgia had you could do that. Which I think they're stupid. But the problem with Georgia is it's a continuing misdemeanor for up to an ounce. Okay. So if you got more than an ounce or that you're growing it or something, then you go into another category. Then you go into the felony category. But there's so many people now that, people my age, okay, so I've been busted twice. All right. Once with a helicopter in my backyard, with a high speed, sharpshooters, telling me to get down, the whole 9 yards. Been there. People cannot tell me, well, I know what it's like. No, the fuck you don't. Excuse my French, but no, you don't. To have a helicopter over you with a sharpshooter, no, you don't. So Been there, done that. Not that I was planning on it, you understand? But this idea that, what would you have given? I'd have given $1,000 a year to have avoided that mess. Let me tell you, you know, uh, not the loss of the crop, but the whole experience, But anyway, so that's why they've got me marked on the map. And thank God I'm not doing anything like that. But I am going to share a bowl with you because it's coming up on 420 and because I can. But it's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. I think the reason that Georgia and some of these other states have not already done it is because they haven't figured out what they're going to do with the people that were busted for weed. All those who are pending, all the cases that are pending. Esty, hi, Esty. I think I said hello. If I didn't, hi, Roland some Hayes. I forgot what is this? Oh, it's called Limey. Lime-E. Yeah, limey. And it's got a limey kind of flavor. I was thinking of an underground field. Yeah, you've heard me tell the stories about me and my escapades as a marijuana drug runner kind of thing for just people that I knew and around here and stuff over the years. And I got busted for it down in Florida, spent a year and 4 years probation, was facing 20 years for what I had been caught with. And they were trying to push for 30, which was just like, what? For a gram, you're going to bust me for 20 years? Are you serious? And they tried, they did their best. They tried. But I did my time and, but for what I lost in that year, I wanted to work in the forestry department, but because I'd been busted with a felony, I couldn't work in the forestry department and things like that. And so, it was career ending for me in a lot of ways. And what I was already trained to do, what I already had a license to do, and then all of that just got down the toilet, So, blame it on me. I made bad choices. I ain't going to lie about that. But we were also set up by the people in Florida, which was, uh, it was the guy's aunt who turned us in because she had gotten busted because of her carelessness. But anyway, you got a news weather report. Oh. Woo, it's 420 somewhere. I started a little early. Oh, Lime-E. Woo-wee. How about that one? It's never too late. It's never too early. Or somewhere in between. But you know me, I'm going to sit here and jaw for a little bit more with y'all. It's good to be back. It's good to be, quote, back on the air again. And for several days now, I've just kind of stared out the window. It was raining, but staring out the window and thinking, now, what do I have to say? Like, is there anything in my tiny little brain that needs discussing? And what I've said in the last couple of videos that I've been home in, that, that video I did, a week or so ago now about, seeing America from the ground, from the ground, not from somebody else's point of view, but my view of what, and I think about that and I'm like, I want to continue to reiterate to people that hometown America is not what you hear on the road. And I mean, and me and here's the interesting thing. Me and my brother talked about this the other day. And when he called me up, and God bless you, Johnny, if you watch this, or his daughter is sub to this channel. So, hi, if any of my relatives watch this, I love you all, I do, and thank you. But the idea, it was like, he goes, I read the news and hear about all this racial stuff. And he goes, we got black people that live around here and ain't nobody's trying to do nothing or whatever. And, my sister Amy has biracial, son. And, you would swear he ain't biracial at all. But to the point that, wait a minute now. Wait a minute, I'm his mama, you know. I'm this white chick over here, I'm his mama. Don't tell me he ain't getting, pulled over and picked on and whatever, So, but at the same time, there are sometimes some of them folk, I was the white boy, but I'd be in the neighborhood. And if I was in the neighborhood, I was probably up to no good. Okay. Whether buying or selling, it didn't matter. If I was in the neighborhood, there was something going on. That was a fact. It wouldn't take a blind man not to see, to say, well, you're right. Well, I could, got picked up in Northwest Moultrie years ago because I was one of the few white people that knew, and that, I was so unracial. They let me into the blue room in Northwest Moultrie back in the day. When most of the time they'd be kicking ass and throwing you out, and I was like, no, this guy's he's my friend. Come on in, Dave. And so back when I was growing up on the carnival, there were several places that we were in these small towns, and during the daytime there were juke joints. Okay, honest to God, juke joints. And they probably have them on other places too, but down in the South back in the day, and I would bet you they still have some, and it's somebody's backyard. There's a shed in somebody's backyard somewhere back over here, and they got some electricity to it. They got a small little pool table. They got a cooler and this little two, maybe three chair bar kind of thing. They got a fan and maybe a little air conditioner. And places has probably got a dirt floor. There was a juke joint in Meg's. There was a juke joint, So if you knew where they were, so I'm a 13-year-old kid on the carnival, okay, smoking cigars, and because I got carny money, and that they'd let us little white boys in there to come play pool because then we could get some free tickets, and we'd get them folks to come out, and we got to know some of these folks because they helped. Some of these guys helped us every year the carnival came to town, and they had tore down the merry-go-round before, or they had tore down the Rock-O-Plane before, and they knew kind of sort of how things were going. And Mr. Dave, you want us to loosen these tubs now? Yeah, go ahead, So, having been in the same towns year after year, we got to know some people, and they look forward to us coming, and we look forward to go visit. And so, as a 13, 14, 15-year-old growing up on the carnival in South Georgia and Alabama and Northern Florida, and having there been a couple of our ride jocks who were black gentlemen. Two of them were brothers, but the one was not on the show all the time. I can never remember their names, but anyway. But we'd go with him, and he'd go, "Mr. Dave, you got a few dollars?" We'd go, "Yeah, I got a few dollars." Good. You want to go to juke joint with me? Yeah. And Boone's Farm, Strawberry Hill. Oh my God, Boone's Farm, Apple. Holy crap, talk about get drunk back in the day, 13 years old, smoking cigars in a black juke joint in South Georgia or Alabama. And where, most, I think back on it, and a lot of times there's been stories written about certain folks that, were had that sort of upbringing or background or whatever. Uh, yeah, divide and conquer. Yeah, smoking cigars. Yeah, Swisser Sweets was one of my favorites. Just what you were thought of. Yeah, Miss Pearl. I mean, I swear to God, there are people. I know you. I guess you believe me. There's been so many times that I'd be the only white boy. Not that I'm a girl, so uh, the only white boy in a crowd of black folk. You know, or Mexicans, but that was a little bit more acceptable because you didn't stand out as much. But so there have been white people say, or well, some black folks, say, well, you don't know what it's like to be the only black person, and like, hang on, just hang on, you know. I've been at family reunions with over 100 people there, and I'd be the only white person. I think I get it. Do I have to live like that or whatever? But no, I used to go to Northwest Moultrie every year and do puppet shows as a benefit up there it was sort of a neighborhood community thing up there. And they'd give me 25 bucks for the day, but I'd go just because I wanted to show that a white person would go to a black community and not be scared. And over the years, there'd be some folks up there, and there would be some grandmas and mamas sitting up on them bleachers, and if anybody went near them puppets that were hanging up out there, they'd make sure they was protected. I didn't have to worry about any of my stuff get stolen. Somebody said, "Well, don't you worry about somebody stealing your stuff?" And I go, "You see that them people up there on that?" Yeah. And I said, "Them people right there are looking out for me." And they were like, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "This is my third or fourth year being here. I ain't never had anybody steal anything. Nobody's tried to beat me up. Nobody's given me any bad words. Everybody has always given me respect because I'm here. That shows them how much respect I have for them." And the people who come and listen to the stories of the puppets, they get it. They see it in me and how I act. How you doing today? You doing all right there, Missy? I don't care what color you are. So where I've been accepted in places, I've been very fortunate. But at the same time, I just think because I just look at people as people, it ain't never been about black or white or whatever. Yes, I am white, and yes, they were all black, but I mean, a whole community in Northwest Moultrie, lovely people, don't get me wrong, but where the projects are and some older communities, and that's just where they live. Sometimes some of these houses and properties are on their third generation of folks dying and leaving it to the family. So some places were, really bad dumps in the past, the neighborhood communities amongst themselves without any pressure from the city to just, hey, we don't want to look like this. We as a community can be better, and they've cleaned it up themselves. So, which to me shows pride in their community, their section of town. Yes, it's still predominantly black, and yes, it, blah, blah, blah. But there are black families that live in other sections of Moultrie, which didn't used to be allowed in the old days. But the convergence of families and so forth, here's the interesting thing about this race deal is the black folks don't get me wrong, white folks too, but some of the white folks have already moved out of the neighborhood. Mixed neighborhood, an older but nicer neighborhood, still nice. It's just populated by a different race of people than back in the day. House still looks good. The yard still kept up. Just black occupants instead of the old white folk that built them and grew up there. So now, though, that the Mexicans are moving in, the black folks are getting pissed off that, some of the good places, they feel, that it's the Mexicans that are driving everybody out, and it's the Mexicans. And so it's like, now, ain't that interesting? So the white folks have already kind of said, hey, this area is being mixed. I'm moving out. Okay. Long time ago. Or they've moved and they rent the house out to black families that have taken, some of these neighborhoods and expansions and so forth. Um, and, um, and some of these also are Chinese. It's like, wait a minute. And I worked for a lady who had a really nice house in a new suburb area that, quote, mostly white, but she was the Chinese lady on the block. But then there were a couple of black families. But then there were the Mexicans that moved into the neighborhood, and all the white people were like, "What? We thought we're on the edge of town over here. We've been annexed in, but how did we move out here? And now we've got, we could have almost stayed in where we were in Moultrie, and the neighborhoods only changed a little bit. Now there's more diversity in, quote, the new communities, and people are scratching their heads going, huh? My my niece Jen was talking about Decatur. She goes, um, years ago, when they first moved up there, she said there was a certain amount of the old white population that was selling out because too many blacks were infiltrating the area of Decatur. She goes, well, there's been this really nice integration of blacks and whites here in Decatur for quite a few years. She goes, but now the blacks are moving out because the Chinese, the uh, um, Vietnamese, Thailand, and the Mexicans are taking over the communities, the schools where it used to be, 65% white, the rest mixed. Well, now it's like 25% white and everything else is mixed in the same school in less than 10 years. So my niece is like, they talk about this racial divide and all this racism. She goes, I don't want to pull my kids out of school because they were supposed to graduate there. And I don't want to move and I can't afford to put them in another district and all this other stuff. And she goes, but it's there. My daughters and my son are now the minority in the school where they was only a slight majority 10 years ago when they first started school, for example. So it's like, now, ain't that some stuff? So, but at the same time, many of these folks came in and out. They had a little pool party there, slip and slide thing in the backyard while we were there. And, you know, three different nationalities, well, actually four, playing in the same trampoline and having fun and sharing pizza. And nobody cares about one or the other, or. So it's like where all this racial stuff is, and they're all talking about the neighborhoods and the schools and everything. And I said, well, having conversation with Jen, I was like, well, are there any, beatings or, and no, everybody's being nice. But the thing is that some of these folks that are moving in, their parents can't speak English at all. Only the children, and they speak broken English. Yeah, you don't want to play with Big Mama. I understand about that. I was taught everyone was equal. My mom said I came home one day, age 5, and asked my friend had a different skin color than me. Yeah, it's 4:30. Yeah, it's 4:33 here. Yeah, I'll share this bowl with you some more, David. In the dream realm or positive energy. Oh, you're going to bed. Okay. Yeah, I probably ain't going to be here on much longer, but thought I'd just come on here and hang out. I haven't just hung out in a while. So I don't want to be a bother to anybody, but, it's good to hang out with y'all. It is. Um, but so I think that even in the black communities, they're feeling a racial divide, but it's from a totally different area than it ain't the white people. you know, it ain't the white people. They feel like they're being pushed out by other races, other nationalities. Now, ain't that some shit? You know, that they feel closer to the white population than the other populations of peoples, race wise. Now, I just find that just not necessarily alarming in a way, but that if you listen to the news, you would swear to God that Black Lives Matter was against all white people. But then when you get into these neighborhoods and you find out that the blacks and the whites are more closely bonded because of all the other races that are taking over their neighborhoods and their schools. What? Ain't nobody talking about that. But the reality on the ground level, on the floor, as to what we're actually doing and what's actually going on is completely different than the news. Or they're not even close to what's happening in America. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm an expert, but after going through 6 states and seeing big towns, little towns, and my point is that we went through America and folks were just being people, you know? And to bring it back to my brother Johnny, who called me the other night and said, Dave, we don't see it like it says on the news. He goes, well, yeah, there's certain parts of Dayton you just don't want to go in, but even the blacks don't want to go into certain sections of Dayton, you know? And he goes, but generally, by and by, there's no problem. And so it's like my brother Dennis, who lives in Northwest Dayton ish. Of like, we don't have a problem with folks up here, and white or black. The percentage of bad people are there just as many bad white folks as there are black folks. That color ain't got nothing to do with it. If you're a shithead, that's just who you are, kind of thing. So, and that's race has nothing to do with it. And I agree with that. There are a lot of white folks that get in trouble, and you go, "Oh, white on white or black on." Stop it. They're crazy people. When I was a teenager, I did some shit I probably haven't even talked about, and I've talked about a bunch of stuff here in this channel, but probably some stuff, I still haven't admitted that we did as pre-teens and teens, going to camp out all night, in the neighborhood kind of thing, and sneak off at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and do some shit, just saying. And never got caught. So when you, ooh, that's some good. 437. I missed it. I think that's a common everywhere now. Yeah. Yes, go. Esty, you have a great weekend as well. We are actually starving them vampires. We, the people, must unite. All races must unite. Yes. Yes. Now, just because I'm kind of sort of on the subject of race and this thing and that, I heard one hillbilly, and they're proud of being hillbillies. They're Appalachian Americans, is what they like to call themselves. Hey, Roman. Told some kind of, what do you get? Something black folks, blah, blah, blah. And was supposed to be funny, and nobody laughed. Nobody, they kind of looked at him like, okay. And so he kind of chuckled and realized that it didn't work. Now, having been around, with some children, grandchildren of, friends and relatives and other folks, and, just hanging out and, going to a restaurant, small cafe like we did, and just listen to what's going on in the room. You know, as a carny, that you had to learn about what was going on in the town by going into the cafe and just listening. You know, just have a quiet meal, have some coffee, you know, and waste 30 minutes and listen to what people are talking about at the bar and, you know, two booths back. I mean, you know, learn how to do this observation thing. So I still do it. So wherever I go, I'm always listening and watching and you know, in a way it's it's a curse, but I was watching a movie the other day and I was like, you know, I kind of sort of do the same thing that character's doing in this movie. I observe what's going on, you know, strange behavior. It's not just about strange behavior, it's just how are people acting and reacting to each other. Not that there's any kind of, you know, the whole purpose of of the observation is to not try to what are the you know you see somebody go up to the counter and throw something down and do something blah 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 and then they look over and go, well, how you doing today, Pearl? You know, I've had one of them days and I hate I slung this stuff down here on the counter, but you know, how much is it? And there you'd think that this guy was going to like bust the you know the person in the back, or you know they then come to find out they're having a frustrated and they know this person. So you observe the behavior of what's going on, but then you listen to the conversation, because if you could only watch some of the behavior, you would misinterpret what's actually going on. So you have to watch and listen. So you listen and you go, oh, come to find out that he's like, here you go, Ruby, you know, blah, 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 and throw it at him, you know, pile. But they're used to doing it. And the person behind the counter knows them because this person been in the store before. So they have whatever relationship they got. But if you just observe it as you don't, you know, listen, oh my God, this guy's really rude to this cashier when they've known each other for years, you know, and it's a game this guy plays, you know. No harm, no foul. But so there are times when there are people who will joke about things or be a certain behavior that to an outsider, if you don't know what's going on, you might think, oh my God, that's rude behavior and this is this and that. And actually, they're kind of poking fun at one another. But if you don't listen, if you don't know or observe that there's something else going on other than this, you know, old guy's behavior, you know, towards this person or whatever, to be misconstrued as somehow sexist or racist or whatever, you know, like, you know, have a bad habit and I have tried to do better, but down here in the South, gentlemen used to say, thank you, darling. If it was a girl, a woman, or whatever, it'd be, thank you, darling. Well, thank you, sweetie. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, darling. And that it was a compliment. And there, you can't say that anymore, you know, in passing. So, like when I worked on the stage with folks and as a director and actor and so forth, you go, man, that was a really good job. Thank you, darling. And you come out like that, and they go, "What what the creepy old man?" Because nah, nyet, 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 nyet. It's how it's said and how it's conveyed. But to the point, back in the day, it was, you know, a gentleman. Now, some of them gentlemen were a little creepy, but some of them gentlemen would wink at them girls. And if one of them girls wanted to go behind the barn with him, well, that was up to her. So, but you can't blame it all always on the creepy old guy, because sometimes there are girls who will go with that creepy guy. Not, and I don't mean by force, but anyway, it's weird that way. It just is plain damn weird. But the idea, though, that down here in the South, in what I would consider the traditional South, to be able to say, well, thank you, darling. Yes, You know, yes, ma'am, short for yes, ma'am. Um, where you at, Roman? You're out of beer? Oh, crap. That sucks. Well, I don't drink beer anymore, but Silent Sky Wars. Yeah, they're going on. They definitely are. It's been so cloudy here. And I went up north to be able to look at the sky and just see where things were in relationship. And there was so many clouds in the sky that I couldn't find any decent astral, star, looking for the North Star kind of thing. And there was so many clouds that any kind of night viewing made any. It was very difficult for me to do any observation while I was gone. Austria. Oh, Roman. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I can only imagine. I had a friend of mine who taught me so many things, had lived in Austria after World War II, and said that there are places in Arkansas that her, where she grew up and where I've been, reminded her of the foothills of Austria. Having not been there, I can't make that comment myself, but if I've been in the foothills of the Ozarks, I've been all over the Ozarks and Arkansas, and there are some beautiful places there. And if that's what the foothills of Austria is like, then I can only imagine. So anyway, but blessings from here to you. Um, you guys got a lot of activity over there where I wouldn't necessarily say we don't have any UFO activity here. But in trying to do my sighting where I was seeing one all the time, a lot of cloud cover, and very strange, but that this spring and into the summer, there's just been all this cloud cover. And some of it, I'd go out early in the morning because here it is almost 5 o'clock. And so I want to go outside and look up at the stars and see what's going on out there. And, you won't be, you actually, depending on, this was before I left, so it's been almost a month ago now. But they were spraying starting at about 5 o'clock in the morning. And depending on where the moon was, you could see, that they were already spraying the skies with clouds. One thing that I noticed while I was up in Tennessee and Kentucky when we spent the night up there, and just driving through early in the morning, I saw spraying. I'd go outside, take a look, go outside, have me a couple hits off my bowl, do my coffee, enjoy the mountains, and there'd be this high spray that is already up there. But as the day wore on, by 10 or 11 o'clock, there were these clouds that formed. The vapor trails disappeared, but there was no wind. They didn't blow away anywhere. They just stayed there and became, I'm assuming, these clouds. And the clouds were beautiful, but they didn't go anywhere. They did not move. I mean, for an hour, you could see the same clouds in the same spot with only minor variations at what the cloud looked like, but didn't move. Not a muscle, not a mile. And I would sit on the porch and go, them clouds ain't moving. And that was in two different places in Tennessee, a couple of places in Kentucky, and also in Ohio. But the clouds moved more in Ohio than they did up in the mountains there. But just driving through, we'd be driving south or driving north, and I'd take a picture out the door and go, those clouds are in the same spot. We've been over two mountains, and those clouds are in the same spot. They didn't move. So as the day wore on, some of them would dissipate, But by 12 o'clock, depending on where I was, the clouds would dissipate and it would get clear. But where I was staying up there at Spring City, I think is the name of it anyway, there were just so many trees on the property that I didn't have much of an open area to actually see the sky, and it was too far to go to get to a spot that was open. So, but anyway, I did observe the moon for quite a, like 2 hours one night while I was up there with my telescope little thingy, and it worked really great. Do you, Chloe? You must be a Southern girl then. Okay, I asked my cashier 3 nights ago if she knew the person at the counter talking to her crazy because I got defensive quick. She did know them. Oh, so you've seen that behavior and you oh ain't that interesting? I'm talking about it and you went through that. Oh, you're in the Netherlands. Oh, sweet. That is so cool that I know folks over there. Honest to goodness, I've always wanted to go over there. I think in a previous life I was Norwegian or no, I say Norwegian and they ain't got nothing to do with the Netherlands. But that I was Nordic somehow. Somehow I was from up in that area, and Scandinavia, or however I'm speaking out the corner of my mouth because I'm trying to remember um, my geography. But anyway, always wanted to travel over there, but so that's neato. I'm just really happy that I have been able to travel around, America. I mean, I've been all the way to Seattle and down the coast of Oregon and California. I never made it to San Francisco, but we cut across the state of California through Sacramento, down into Reno, went through Donner Pass, all the way down through, Nevada, down to Las Vegas, and from Las Vegas all the way across back over to here, across the southern part of the state. So, I have seen a good portion of America. Have camped in many of those places. We camped up in the Sierras up there, where we woke up the next day and found out we camped overnight in Donner's Pass, and it was about this time of year. It was after the 4th of July. So what is the date? The 9th? It would have been about the 7th of July that we were there, and there was still snow on the ground in the upper Sierras back then when me and my brother went through in '99. And from there we went down to Lake Mead, which is now like 130 feet below. When we were there, we were on jet skis, and I need to find those pictures just for the hell of it. But when the lake was full, and when the lake was full, but we were there at its highest point. It was, it's been going down ever since. So just been interesting some of the places that I've been, and we had to drive by the Grand Canyons. We didn't have time to stop. We should have, just saying, but we didn't. Should have took another day, whatever it would have cost us, uh, should have. But what we and while we were out in the Dakotas, uh, went to Mount Rushmore, um, spent the night somewhere there in the forest behind in the Black Hills up there. I can't remember exactly. We had a thunderstorm and we're parked in our little tents. And the next day we got up and found ourselves in Spearfish Canyon up there. And oh my God, is it just one of the weirdest places ever, but some of the coolest. And, we happened upon places just by accident, by going down the back roads and camping in the forest and so forth. And we camped one night in the Bitter Roots at about 9,800 feet. and like 100 feet above us in elevation, there was snowpack. And this was in, like the 3rd of July. So, now they've got droughts out there, but, back in 99, there was snow up there at this time of the year, so is it global warming? Is it global cooling? Is it whatever? But see, 20 years ago also, we were having droughts here and the rivers were dry. Right now, we've had nothing but rain for the last 2 weeks, and the river's up to 9.5 feet, which is well above what a normal would be. I ain't complaining. But so, there is this yin and yang of things. I want to say that y'all that have been with me for a while, I've talked about the earth tilting and wobbling, and having watched the weather patterns when I was a young kid all the way up to now, you could count on a front coming from out of Alaska or somewhere up in there off of the Arctic and sweeping down into the Northwest up there. And some kind of rain, some kind of snow, some kind of something, and it would sweep all the way down across the United States at some point, sometimes a little higher up, sometimes sweep way down. And that hasn't happened in a long time. Now, I would contend that we are tilted and that part of the weather pattern, because down here we are actually, it's cooler, was partly cloudy today. The temperature was like 88 degrees outside. The humidity wasn't bad. I mean, like for July, that it was a really nice day for July. Just saying. So, but there are folks that are, 1,000 miles further north of us that are in the triple digits. So, what the hell's going on? Is it global warming? Is it global cooling? I would say if you looked at the temperatures down here in the southeast, from Arkansas down to here, we've had a lot of rain this year, which keeps the temperature down. And it hasn't been, some of it's been flooding conditions. North Florida's been catching hell for the last month. It's always raining down there. But I remember when I was a kid growing up on the carnival of being here during the summer times, and you could see the thunderstorms building, and it would rain at some point during the evening. A thunderstorm would come by, and people would get up underneath the ride or the canopy or the awnings of the different booths or whatever, and wait it out, dry off the seats, and people go back to riding until the carnival closed at night. So, and being able to watch the thunderstorms in the distance from the different towns we were in, you could see the big thunder boomers, and it was normal. And, we went a bunch of years where that was not the norm at all. I remember a few years back that when we had to redig down in the well in about 2003, that we hadn't had rain. We had rain in January, and by this time of the year, the well was dry. There was very little at the bottom. We were toting water in. We were relying on the 1,000-gallon tanks of rainwater that we were using consistently, having heat water on the stove kind of thing. And, we were getting by, but we were sure enough in the pioneer days, but everybody else was out of water too. Just thank God I got 2,000 gallons of rainwater. So now there's all kinds of water. Tomorrow I'm going to go back here in the back. Me and Doug are going to go for a walk since it ain't, pouring down rain. And it ain't flooded, but I want to see how wet it is. My friend Rob was here and did my cutting around here. We want to be able to cut a spot to get down further back. And he wants to go back behind me over this way, and there's too many trees and I think we should go this way where we've already been. I see that too. That's right, Chloe. You're in Texans. Atlantis, Norwegians were there. We had children. Yeah, about that. Um, the seasons, I think we actually, the North Pole has been moving. And I think the wobble is such that in watching the weather patterns, we're still getting stuff out of Canada, but it ain't coming in from the Northwest over, out of the North Pacific over there in Alaska as it used to back in the day. There was always a front that was coming in and blah, blah, blah. And it's like that weather pattern has changed drastically over the years. But at the same time, when it was like really flooding a lot up in the Northwest, down here, we were in a drought. Right now, I think we have somehow tilted whatever the weather pattern is that we're back in the old days. They, 7 inches of rain is a lot of rain for a month. 3 to 4 inches of rain was like normal to like, you know, and a normal month would be 3 to 4 inches of rain. And for any state, that's not bad. You can keep the rivers running and stuff, but, not flooding over. So, but I have 7 inches of rain, and in June we had a good amount of rain. And in May we had a good amount of rain. And we've had flooding here this year twice. The water got up good. I've even floated in the kayak in the backyard this year. So that's like it. That used to be the normal thing. So, in my opinion, are we going back to a sort of normal for down here? It may not be normal for the Northwest or anything, but it's normal for here. Because when we were in Las Vegas in '99, it was 104, and and about this time of year, we spent 2 days in Las Vegas at the Circus there. That was really wild, let me tell you. But spent the day and went inside Hoover Dam and took the tour and all that, and walked across the top. Then went out on the marina that's no longer there, and rented jet skis and went out and played on the lake for an hour or so. It was just amazing. Still a wonderful memory, and especially with the lake down. So amazing that 20 years ago, or 22 years, I guess, 99 for me, was that we were there at its highest peak. So that over those 20 years, though, we've had drought here, but now we're at the last year we were pretty normal. And this year we've got a surplus of water if you really want to look at it. In that, in a month where we would only get 2 or 3 inches of rain, we've had 7 already. Now that is through the tail end of June. So, but we just had a tropical storm go over our heads, which is normal, but obviously weather patterns are kind of changing. The oceans are hotter. Look at South Texas down there along the Mexican coast. I don't know how far down you are, Chloe, but it's raining like a mofo down there along the coast. I mean, they've been getting hammered every day. Hey, Ghost Shadow, how are you? We have rain at summer, all summer this year. Sometimes I think they use weather modification to let us stay inside since the coronas. I've been looking at the radar, and the last couple of years, you could see where they're from the different stations around here, down in the southeast, especially. You could see these straight line come out of somewhere, go zoom and disappear, and then go zoom, disappear, and zoom. Well, lately, I haven't seen any zooming on any of these radars. It is pretty much whatever's going on is going on. Now, even down in the Gulf, you're used to see these trace lines come out, and if you've watched them, you know what I mean. And different, oh, it's a line of birds or something. Bullshit. But anyway, but as far as, and watching the weather and stuff, it hasn't been that this year. Very few little spurts of whatever. Now, maybe they're getting better at it, but I just kind of think Mother Nature is doing it on her own. Okay. I think before they were trying to modify it, but I don't think Mother Nature is letting them get by with it simply because of ocean conditions. For example, the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf current inside the Gulf of Mexico has slowed down. Okay. And so a lot of rain along the coast. We've been getting rain not from any low depression, but from a front that's been hanging on around the Georgia Florida border for a while, and it goes all the way across the south. And it happens some years, and some years it don't. This year, it's really been active. So, but you know, a lot of rain that used to happen in the Panhandle of Florida, and I can't speak so much for Texas. But living down here and knowing, you know, my brother was stationed um, in Pensacola. I've done puppet shows and stuff down in Pensacola, and I've done some other stuff. Um, I know some years back that the sun is rising and setting more north. Yep, it is, Ghost. I lived in the same spot for 30 years, so I noticed that the sun was at high noon. Yep, absolutely, I agree. My house, when I originally set it up, is 15 degrees ish off of true facing south. So I'm cocked a little to the, you know, so that I could get a little more morning sun because I've got trees in the evening. So I wanted to cock the house a little bit, you know, and but I've got some bay windows over here that the sun never came up in the bay windows because this 12-degree little kick out, right? And the last couple of years, the sun's been coming up regular through that window, like in May. Now, I would expect it around, you know, the summer, you know, the summer solstice. But we've already been through the summer solstice, and the sun was coming through that window long before then. So I think the North Pole has shifted. I still think we're in a wobble, and I think we're dipping a little bit one way this year. So in a way, Florida has been covered with rain, having nothing to do with tropical storms. And from what I can look at from radar, it's not getting zapped by anything that looks normal because otherwise it would be noticeable to me in the radar, and it's not doing that like it has been in the past. So I'm wondering, you know, there's a fire going on that started in the Gulf of Mexico. You don't think there ain't some weird stuff going on? Remember, I have discussed about the Deep Horizon, the Gulf thing. They let out some nasty shit. All that Corexit and everything they put in the Gulf of Mexico, it didn't make the oil go away. It just submerged the oil, and the oil has become a sludge, and it's been slowing the Gulf Stream, and we're seeing the effects of the Gulf oil spill happening right now as far as weather changes. And the fact that we're not getting anything coming in from the northwest to come through and blow some of these systems out, it's just reoccurring. So you would say, well, Dave, well, you know, you're not a climatologist. No, but I've been watching the freaking weather ever since I was a little kid. But when they first came up with radar weather, you know, back in the day, they had charts that they drew with a pen or something, you know, and they high pressure is going to move in like this tomorrow, and you know, so they had to rely on radar from aircraft, you know, and depending on where you could get a good. I noticed that for the first time in about 30 years that the clouds were real. The same were when I was a kid. You're 4 hours from the coast. Yeah, something's definitely happened with the Earth wobble. And the sun location, because my house, it has not moved in its location, so something else is up. But while I was on my trip, I did my best to stay orientated as to north or south. But it was interesting, like there were times where the sun came up between the mountains, but it set, you know, oddly. But the farther north you go, it stays light longer, So at 10, at 10 o'clock at night, there's still some ambient light in the atmosphere. And I remember that when we were up on Mount Rainier in Seattle, that it was 10 o'clock at night and there was still a twilight. That the further north we went, it stayed light longer, like, land of eternal sunshine kind of thing. So I can understand that and what it must feel like having been up there for, we were only in that latitude for about a week, but I got to experience what it was like and being out on the plains on Montana and Wyoming and the Dakotas. And, you know, we got very close to, but did not go up to the the Devil's Tower in Wyoming, just outside of South Dakota, um, where we were in the Badlands and spent several hours driving through and getting out and stopping in places. And that was a really eerie place, let me tell you, and very bright. It was cold. It was in the 70s and a wind blowing. We had jackets on, but the sun was so bright against the limestone that it blinded you. It was a very strange atmosphere, being in the Badlands themselves. Uh, uh, People sometimes mistake the Badlands for being in the mountains uh, in around Mount Rushmore, where the presidents are. But in reality, the Badlands are before you get to Rapid City. You go through the Badlands section, and it's really strange. It's limestone mostly, and so forth. So it's like the bottom of the ocean is sitting up, but it was very bright and blinding. It was very uncomfortable to walk around, even though it wasn't that hot. The brightness of the ground and the rock was had to squint. It was really difficult to and it was before noon when we were in the Badlands that morning. So it I don't know what it would have been like in the full afternoon sun. But we were there at the beginning of July, like July the 2nd, maybe heading west. So we were after the summer solstice on our journey. So we were full into summer. But that year in 99, people were wearing jackets and it was cold up on them plains. And now they're all frying. It's in triple digits. And people are roasting, and folks are like, don't know what to do because they don't have air conditioning. And, I feel for them. I do. It's been 102 here, 103. I know what it feels like. So, and I've been out west in Nevada that year because it was 110, 111 in the shade. And when we were out on the lake and so forth, there in Las Vegas. So I got to feel what that's like to be in the desert too. So um, it was interesting, and I realized why you had to keep water in you because there was no humidity whatsoever. And they was like, well, it's 110 in Boulder, Colorado to, Boulder, Nevada, blah, 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 Boulder City, I think it was, listening to the radio and local news. And we looked at each other and said, it's what? It's 100 and what? 114. Oh, yeah. Okay. No problem. You know, but it did not feel like 114 degrees because we've been in really hot situations down here in South Georgia before, and it was never, oh my God, the humidity would have killed you. But out there, so it was kind of sort of normal. It's the desert. And yes, the desert's quiet, Cleveland's cold. So the story ends, we're told. Pancho met his match, in the deserts down in Mexico. Anyway, crazy concept, fire in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, it's been really nuts. Now, remember, for those of you who have paid attention to Dante and have seen some of his videos, and that a great, horrible essence was released from deep inside the earth, was the reason why they drilled where they drilled, and they knew it was going to blow out when they decided to drill where they drilled. And my dear friend Serge, who's passed away a year ago now, we discussed it at great length back in the Bay when it happened, and him being, associated with marine biology and folks on the Gulf, and he had moved down there to Apalachicola and was living in the swamp down there and really close to the Bay and seeing all that. And knowing what we knew about what corrects it, because he was the chemist that was able to drop things in water and get them to precipitate out. So he knew about Corexit and what they sprayed on the ocean. And all it did was sink the oil. So the ocean would naturally take care of the oil, because oil is natural and all the stuff, and it would dissolve and it'd be yucky, but Mother Nature would work it out. But that there was a horrible essence let out, not just the oil. So I know to some people that's far-fetched, but to some of us who did not know until later on that this had actually happened, we questioned back then why they did what they did, where they did what they did. And, so we knew that there had to have been some kind of ulterior motive for what they did, how they drilled it, and the fact that they knew it was going to break because of where they drilled it. They set it up to fail on purpose. Now, why would they do it? Well, the really bad guys let a really bad essence out of the earth and into the oceans and think of it as, you all have heard about black goo. Well, just think about this as being black goo, and not necessarily oil, but as a consistency, or you could relate it to that. But that it's sentient, okay? So that means a drop of this could have its own brain, kind of deal. Think about the blob. Beware of the blob, it creeps and weeps and glides and slides across the floor, right through the door and all around the walls. A splotch, a blotch, be careful of the blob. Beware of. Now, I bring this up because it has been discussed before by Dante, but I've discussed that, they did something weird to the Gulf of Mexico before I knew about the entity that was probably, because I got no other reason why they would do something like this, that it makes more sense than not. Well, how can you be sure? Well, because the things have been really weird since then, and it kind of sort of got things, I don't know, Mother Nature kind of has gone haywire since then. If you were to go back to the Gulf Horizon thing, and, so all the spray they put on the ocean, they have slowed the ocean down in its rotation, in its current. There's all this stuff that is below the surface now that has created its own layer of crap that now the ocean has to take care of. It's also slowed the Gulf Stream. The Sargasso Sea off the coast of the, Florida, Georgia, out there, it's really been mucky out there. The Gulf Current, which goes up the East Coast and all the way up, to Europe and all that, Iceland and so forth, has not been working right. For years, they've been studying that. The ocean's too warm, the currents have changed, and plus all the garbage in the oceans, not counting the sludge and everything that has settled at a thermocline below the surface of the ocean, that unless you're out on the ocean, you ain't going to know it's there, kind of thing. So why is there burning? Oh, it's a pipeline. Is it? It could be pools of this oil that have puddled, that are still trying to get out of nature since the oil spill, that has just kind of been floating in this goo and now considered the goo. So the more that it rains, the more of this goo, technically, theoretically speaking, could adhere to certain water patterns and actually end up on us. Now, ain't that some shit? Now, that's really far-fetched, but in a way that it could possibly explain why some of the plants won't grow. Of course, now the sun's changed color in the last 15 years, especially. The sun has changed color. We're getting nailed with solar bombardment right now they've had minor X flares and so forth, coming from the sunspots. But I remember years ago when the sun was really active and everybody was, oh my God, the world's fixing to come to an end, and then it all calmed down. This year it's really active again. So that also means that there are cosmic things in the galaxy that have been predicted to come our way. I would suggest that the extra activity of the sun shows that we've been getting cosmic rays way further out, okay, that's having an effect on the sun itself. Also, remember, the sun is a portal. And I think part of the issue with the sun that it's being overused as a portal, but that's my 10 cents. My heart was broken in that blackness, but did y'all hear about the people that use frequency to help heal the waters? They didn't really heal the waters, Chloe. They didn't really heal the waters because the oil was still there. Okay. Oh, we healed the water. Okay. But you didn't get rid of the oil. I'm not trying to be negative about this, but we prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. We know folks on the Gulf of Mexico. We know, that I can't think of the name of it, but it's down near Panacea down there. And he's been running this, horseshoe crabs and different things. And, you can go through there and walk through there. They ask for a donation, but, they give classes and so forth. Was very much involved in it. They did a redesign years ago, and I was helping to do drawings and stuff for the piping and everything. And they were trying to suck in ocean water into the facility so that they could, have freshwater shrimp and horseshoe crabs and all these things in there. And their specimens. But let the water go right back to the ocean, So they were putting in the system so that they wouldn't have to artificially salt the water and so forth when they took specimens out of the ocean and so forth. But anyway, but back when the oil spill happened, when we were working down there and upgrading this place, the ocean had changed back then and the specimens had changed. And so they people were saying that the water was healed. Okay, but the oil is still there. Oh, but the water's healed, but the oil's still there. Oh, we healed the waters. The oil is still there. So is the Corexit that bonded to it. But we healed the waters. You're not paying attention. I'm sounding loud and a little rude, but there's more. But we healed the waters, but the oil's still there. So over time, the oil has got to take care of itself. But we healed the waters. That's what you hear. And that ain't the whole story. The water could be healed, that's true. But what about the oil and crap that's still there? Did you take it out? Did you remove it? Have you tried to heal that issue? Oh, but the water's healed. Okay, well, water separates from oil. Okay, that's a natural process. But the oil is still there, and all the tons of millions of tons of Corexit that they sprayed on the ocean and the effects that it had on the wildlife and the seaweeds, and it's just changed the Gulf of Mexico. So my point to that is that okay for the water, but you didn't fix the problem. You follow me? If the ocean, the water could be great. There's no life in the Ochlockonee River. Oh, but the water's clean. Yeah, but there ain't no fish, there ain't no turtles, there's no wildlife. Well, but the water's clean. Yeah, but everything's dead. My heart was broken that is why I don't like fog at the moment. I shut everything off. Yeah, now I'm not trying to speak negative about this because the events already happened. And, I've got rainwater that, I use for my coffee and washing clothes and stuff like that. So I rely on rainwater. But the rainwater also goes into my well. And, so many feet of clay, if it can make it seep through clay, it's clean. That leaves the clay a little cloudy, but, and I've talked about that in my well. But to the point, though, that everywhere that I went, everybody toted water from some other place. They bought their water. They were living out of none of them were drinking the city water, although they washed their dishes in it or took their showers and baths and whatever, but they didn't drink it. So, and I just like, how about that? And that I don't do any of that. I use water from around here, rainwater, well water, whatever that I'm drinking from. Just interesting. I don't tote water in from anywhere. I used to when it was dry, but now that there's so much groundwater, I don't have to. So, but other people in a lot of places do not have that luxury. So, of all the things that I'm looking at here, that is a really big deal right now. As far as I'm concerned, if I went off traveling somewhere, I'd probably take 10 gallons of water with me from here, just because I would know what kind of water I was getting. But, if I went up to, Tennessee, to my nephew up there, they've got water that comes literally right out of the side of the mountain, and that's where they get their drinking water from. So it's like, okay, I'd go up there and get 10 or 15 gallons of water, and that would mean that about once every 5 days I'd be taking a ride up the mountain, but they ain't really nothing wrong with that, for the ride and so forth. Plus, they didn't, even though they had little creeks right beside the house, they weren't collecting any rainwater or anything. And I just found that curious because I would have been. But, you know, Maybe they hadn't thought of it, and they had plenty of roof space or spots where they could have had a decent amount of rainwater be collected, at least for, partial what they drank or used or whatever. But anyway, a lot of iron up there is their issue. And, so, but they wash their clothes in it and whatever, and everything's fine, and they shower and shave and all that kind of stuff. But how interesting water is, its value, how it's used, how it's brought in, whatever it is. Oh, I missed the 5:20 mark, man. But depending on where you are, like the clouds that I saw form over the mountains for several days that we were through there, right? I mean, going up, it was like that, and coming back, it was like that. And I noticed that early in the mornings they would already be sprayed. But those high sprays early in the morning, um, they didn't go away. Down here, if they spray up, clouds drift. Up there, they didn't drift over those mountains for many days in a row. And it was just interesting that they just hung there. When we were coming out of Kentucky over the hill and down the Ohio River into Cincinnati, the clouds they were beautiful, but they just hung there. They weren't moving anywhere. They didn't do anything. They just hung there. So the whole trip I remarked, the clouds ain't moving, not like they do down here, But even since I've been back now, it's been mostly cloudy, so you can't really tell how high up they are. But like today earlier, I was noticing that the clouds were just there, not moving like they normally do, especially after a hurricane type storm is just past us 20 miles to the east, So my observations from my Earth wobble observations are that we've wobbled down somehow. And I think it has to do partially with we're a little closer to the equator, if you will, in that we're more tropical these last couple of years, which has thrown the North Pole and the Northwest up there of North America, at least, out of kilter. The ocean's not as cold up there. There's been some, changes in the ice packs up there. But if there's more ice on the other side of the Arctic, if you will, versus this side, then guess what? That means, and they've been watching the magnetic north go towards Russia for a while, I think it is. And so that would mean that, if the magnetic north has changed, the wobble has moved that way. Looking at where the sun's coming up for many of us, it's changed. I've noticed now, not this last, month because of the clouds, but my observations up through this last spring were that, the moon would be really low in the sky, and then 3 nights later, it'd be straight overhead, and it's like, what? And it would stay there for, 2 weeks, and then it'd be low in the sky again, or, vice versa. And for a while, it was keeping a pattern, and then the pattern changed. The more we got towards the end of spring and into summer of this year. So there's obviously some changes that are going on, but with the Atlantic current, going up the east coast of America, the Gulf of Mexico, the current within itself, with its slowing and its rotation, it is definitely showing up in the clouds. It's, and I think it's man-made, but I think it was man-made 20 years ago, or, where the Gulf spill happened. So we're seeing the results of it now, the after effects of it, the collective um, after effects of it, because they never really shut it down. And if you consider that there was a black goo entity, then that should just make you scratch your head and go, even more. But I had a bad feeling about it way back before Dante ever said anything about and guess what? Corona, okay? Princess Corona was locked deep within the earth, her essence, and was let out during the Gulf oil spill. And what are we going through right now? Corona. So all hail to that entity. Seriously, who wants to wipe us all out? Think about that. And what they're trying to sell us about that. So, does it make me afraid of it? No, it makes me aware of it and that crazy shit can happen. But also, in that, I think for me, the biggest thing is just watch the weather yourself. Just keep an eye on what it's doing. Don't You can listen to these folks who try to tell you about all these different cloud formations that back when I was a kid, none of them existed, okay? Because the earth is changing and different parts of the earth heat up on its own, and it affects natural convections and mountains and such. I use natural convection here with the cooler air coming out of the swamp through my house and up the hill at nighttime to cool the house down. So, yes, there is a natural convection. But if the natural convection is somehow interrupted by its orientation to the sun or other natural patterns, then those natural convections can be, mucked up. So I think Mother Earth's response to man's screw ups, and it may be that, for instance, Corona from the Gulf of Mexico is what initiates some of these changes, but there are changes in some of the other oceans as well. So we have to consider the natural warming and cooling of the oceans, the positions of the oceans. So, for example, with all the oil that was let out into the ocean that slowed it down, its density changed. So, in an essence, it's sort of heavier all around the Gulf of Mexico than what it used to be normally. Okay, think about this. The density of the water changed. Oh, they did vibrations and frequency. Yeah, but they did not get rid of the oil. Okay, I have to stress that. Yeah, the water might be cleaner, but they didn't get rid of the oil. Okay, that they want me to stress that like big time because there is a sludge, and it's a thick layer that is still not dissipated after all these years. But we're seeing the results of the slowing of the current, the hotter temperatures of the Gulf, the Gulf catching on fire. I mean, come on, an ocean catching on fire, then there's a volcano under there, and if there ain't a volcano, then something else is going on, right? So, but if there's been some natural function that has clogged up the system of the Gulf, for example, in its rotation, and there is a buildup of sludge that has somehow caught on fire. And why would something catch on fire in like what the gates of hell kind of thing in the Gulf of Mexico? They released that entity. Does that make you want to scratch your head? And all the UFO activity that goes on down there in the Gulf and so forth. Some weird stuff going on. But just naturally, what they did to the ocean back when it happened is showing up like 15 years later. I can't remember exactly what year it happened. Uh, there used to be three types of clouds. Yeah, And it used to be like 9 moons around Jupiter or Saturn, and now there's like 72 or something like that. It's like, what? Anyway, yeah, a lot has changed over the years. But one of the things is that we got to do the best we can wherever we're at, because in traveling all up and down this eastern area, 1,000 miles north and back, and some places in between. I've got to see a lot of area, have been through there before, so got to check it out years later. And some places look absolutely great. And you have to scratch your head and go, okay, where is all of this? Oh, we're all going to die, and there's not enough food being grown. I saw all kinds of crops being grown, from one end of this place to the other, and everything looked pretty damn good to me. Got back down here in the South, and the peanuts are growing like hell. They had a really good blueberry season because we had late rain. If anything, we had a little bit too much there at the end, but the season, but we had rain. The blackberries didn't make, uh, but oh well. Um, Not like they should have. But I am hopeful because of some of the grapevines I've seen in the grapes hanging around here. I got what they call bullaces. They're the dark purple muscadine, and I've got several vines. A couple down here, one right out here by the by by this little row of trees right out here, and another down further down. I noticed we've got some more. So. Um, I'll be having some grapes coming in here in a couple of months. So good to keep an eye on them. And with this extra rain, man, these things are this big around already, and they'll get a deep purple, almost black, You got Mustangs everywhere. Often I watch clouds with sunglasses, and then they crazy colors. Yep. Yeah, that things have been so, you know, years ago, if you see some of my way earlier videos, I get all upset about some of this stuff, but and traveling around and just a persistent observation of just looking at the weather looking. I got several different weather channels, one from Albany and one from Tallahassee, and between those two, they give me a South Georgia, sort of middle Georgia view, and Tallahassee gives a good South Georgia and further east and west and further south, into Florida, the Big Bend area. So, I get good coverage with those two, and I watch between the radars, and they're very similar. And if there was a spike that showed up on one, it would show up on the other. So I knew that they were doing something to the atmosphere, but I haven't seen anything happening recently. And it's very odd that we've just been getting rain, and this thunderstorms kind of come rumbling through, and they pass on through and they rain out. Like we had one that come through earlier to this evening. Before I was talking with Chad Berry on the phone, and but anyway, so to be here at what 5:42 in the a.m. time, interesting that I'm awake and alert and everything, but hanging out with y'all. So smoke if you got them, why not? Not to overdo it, but um, and understanding sort of my own shaman path, if you will. And I consider what other people think of as a shaman's point of view and what I consider it. I say shamanism in spiritual. So I'm looking for any spiritual keys. There were several times I saw, critters on the side of the road out in the field. Look, there's a deer. Look, there's another deer. Look, look, there's oh. So I was very observant. In some places I expected to see wildlife, didn't see any. And in other places where I was like, "Ooh, saw a lot," when, you know, just didn't seem like, but anyway, uh, where my uh, niece and nephew are in Tennessee, they got a little video of their porch and the shop and so forth because they had some folks. He works on motorcycles, and somebody wanted some parts out of his shop, and so he started videotaping it with Wi-Fi and so forth. And they've got some video of where a bear come right up almost onto the porch, you know, from early one morning looking for a treat or something. And they feed their cat up there at the top of the porch. So, could have been that the bear was coming up there to get some. So, I mean, they literally have, black bear come up on their porch. So it's like, that's just way cool. But nobody's scared of them. Nobody's trying to, nobody got mauled unless they were trying to, but they've got elk up there that they've reintroduced. Apparently, they've reintroduced several other predators, like they put mountain lions back in the Great Smoky Mountains. And that sometimes you can hear the big cats, and it's like, oh, now that's different, and reintroduce some bobcat and reintroduce some, I think they said wolves, as well as coyotes, because back in the day, there was a bounty on coyotes, and in some lower counties and other places, but not in the Great Smokies. So they've been introduced in some of these. So there's been a lot of changes in the wildlife that's happened since I've been up there, and all of it's good. And the animals are, uh, instead of having deer signs, they have elk signs out. So be careful that you might come over here over a hill. And I've hit a couple of deer, so I know what it's like, even at 45 and you're trying to slow down, it'll hurt like a mofo. So I've had elk almost right beside me walk out of the woods and into Cades Cove up there in Tennessee, and just go, holy crap, these things are huge. And I think I'd rather run into a tree, but oh my God, these things are huge. So, but the fact that they're in certain areas, there are comeback in wildlife of the big wildlife. And they're actually asking people, here you can hunt elk for a couple of months out of every year. But not only as a trophy, but, if you get with a good size one, man, you can put some good meat in the freezer. So, we've got an overpopulation of deer down here in South Georgia. And the hunting's been down. So this coming year, my friend Rob and some of his family members and so forth have never had any real property to hunt. But, every year that anybody's ever come up here to hunt, they've always gotten deer off the place. So, and there haven't been any hunters here on this place or on either side of the river in a while because of the COVID and stuff. So, in the last couple of years, some of these plantations that used to do a good business of renting out property for hunters, people ain't been doing that. So, the deer population in the last 2 years has really jumped up. Now, I know how to hunt them. I have hunted them before. Somebody else has shot them in the woods. I've dug them up here. I've slit them open, uh, skinned them, done the whole 9 yards with several deer. So I can do it. I know how to do it. I'd rather not do it, but if I haven't gotten to the position to where if I had to honestly do it, the answer would be, yeah, I could shoot a deer. Now I'd have to use my crossbow or something, but yes, I could shoot a deer, and yes, I could dress it and clean it and cut it up, and yes, I can do it. You know, Now I had to learn from somebody, and cutting the guts open and all that kind of thing, it's really nasty and it smells bad and make you want to vomit in a heartbeat. Even the best of them will still want to, so, but the thing is that how many people can actually say they can do it? But would I prefer to do it? No. But here in these next years or so forth, to harvest a deer along with, Rob and his family. And then, yes, I would, between the two of us and him help me, I would harvest a deer. Absolutely. Because there are a few too many of them. But we've got the peanuts this year are going to be good if they don't get a mold. So it needs to quit raining now because the peanuts are coming up like fantabulous. And that's really good for the deer. Oh my goodness, the deer will be fat and healthy, along with anything else. But, uh, and a turkey love the deer, peanuts as well. So in certain areas around in the woods behind me, there are wild boar in Georgia, and they become a nuisance. And there's open season for wild boar. And I've had wild pig before, and I got to tell you, um, you know, shot. A friend was up here hunting, shot it, we cleaned it, and cooked it ourselves. And oh my God, I've never had anything taste so sweet in all my life. It was just really good. And I've had ham. My grandpa he used to slaughter pigs, and he was a butcher in that sense. And my dad, Arnie, my uncle Arnie, that adopted me and became my pops, he was a meat cutter for 20 years, so we knew about this. I cut meat when I was in jail. So I am would be more of a meat cutter after you get it killed and dressed out. I'd be the one to cut it into steaks and do that kind of thing. But having gone through the whole process, to those people who think that they can, go back to the earth and do this kind of thing, and it's like, you need to really try that on your own. I'm not wishing anything bad on you or anything like that, but it's an experience. To kill something is one thing. To drag it to the house and hang it up and gut it and skin it and cut it and be able to eat it is a totally different thing. So, but in respect to the animals, especially when there's an overpopulation, I don't really mind. And it may be that this year, between a group of us, we will have deer meat. Uh, you don't have big wildlife over there? Well, some of the deer that we've got here are really big. And in the mountains up there, in depending on where it is, uh, they've got elk, and I saw some deer on the side of the road, and they were good sized deer, but not overly huge. But I know there are places in Ohio that it's almost like a mule deer. They're really much bigger than some of the other deer, like down here in Georgia. But I got to tell you, the last deer that ran into my truck and bent my front end up so bad was a 12-point buck. And that thing was huge, let me tell you. To have banged my truck up like that, it was huge, but could see the 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 points on it as I was trying to slow down in the rain before I hit it broadside. But and then it stumbled and ran off. Um, it was huge, And when I was in Arkansas, some of the deer there that I ran across, literally just like in a picture book. But I've also been out west and seen some of the big pronghorn out there and the sheep and stuff. And depending on where you are on the planet, or at least in the United States, when you go down into Florida, the deer get a lot shorter. They get a lot smaller. And you get into the panhandle and up, around Tallahassee and north of there's a line. And then the further you go north, so do the deer get larger. So you can go 30 miles south of here, and the deer would be a good 6 inches shorter or smaller in stature than coming up here another 20, 30 miles into South Georgia. It's really interesting. But the Florida deer are a lot smaller than the deer down here in the south. Over here, over the TV, I've got all these sets of antlers. Here's, for example, when you look around inside the house, there's one, two, three, four, there's 5 or 6 different sets of antlers. But here's a set of antlers right here that was taken in this neighborhood. There was a neighbor who shot several deer in one year right from this neighborhood, and that these were the antlers. He just was throwing them away. He didn't want them because he had so many antlers. But I kept them, and I thought one of these days I would do something with the antlers. But see, so depending on how you count them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and technically 7, 8. There's 8 points. And if you look right here, there's 2 nubs. So you could stretch this to be a 10-pointer. But it's a good 6, if not an 8-point antler, you know. Imagine the mask they would make with something like this, you know, or a headdress. Could you imagine a headdress like this with the antlers over your head? That's actually kind of comfortable right there. Isn't that weird? But with a little leather and right a little padding right there, and sit on your head, so I could see where somebody I killed this deer and this is my trophy, and walk into camp with the antlers as part of a headdress, you know. Now this is, I guess you could wear it this way with the antlers to the back, and then have something there, But I think it's more dramatic with the antlers this way. But anyway, there's several antlers I've got here in the house that I've collected over the years. And my nephew said, Uncle Davey, with all the stuff you've collected over the years and so many of the things from around here, locally, and a lot of things that I've gone to, like I brought a couple rocks back from Ohio and up there in the mountains, and so I've got stuff from quite a few places, and every time I go somewhere, you're talking about these antlers? You had to make a lamp or something with it. Yeah. There's been a lot of things and over the years, I keep looking at them. Now, if somebody that I knew that really wanted them, I'd give them to them, because they're just sitting here in the house. But at the same time, I ain't dead yet. And some of them, I would like to use them like as handles for like a knife or something, because on this particular one, this is a really good place that you could use this as part of the handle for a knife. And, but also at the same time, make pipes or something with these, depending on, or a holder for incense or for sage or something like that for a ceremony. But anyway, but yeah, it's got a good feel to it. At least the people that I've known who have shot deer and killed them around here, they ate them. You know what I mean? It wasn't that they just killed them just for the sport. Now, the sport of hunting, that's part of it, but they did put them in the freezer. They did share them, with the family. They did feed people. So I can't say that every time one of these deers was shot that it was, out of some kind of trophy. It wasn't. You know what I mean? Well, for me, that's the good news. That they weren't taken out of some kind of, I got a hold of some turkeys that was like that. Oh yeah, yeah. Scratching the trees, yes, most definitely. And this last fall, when I took Rob and his dad through back here, and when he was here the other day, he goes, I really want to, clean out a spot for, maybe doing some deer hunting. And I was like, he's overthinking it, but you got to make sure that your gun is sighted in at least, 20, 30 yards, but you got to be able to see the deer and kind of sort of have to feel it too. And if I was really going to hunt, and I was there are several places back down in the woods that's easy to make a blind where the deer go through there. So all you got to do is go down there and make the blind soon enough before fall sets in so the deer get used to it. And you go to the deer stand. You go down there so the deer get used to you. And so you become part of the forest. You become part of the trails. So if you going up and down the trails all the time and the deer crosses by and they sniff you, they go, oh, well, that's Hawkeye. Well, there he is again. So where people have trouble sometimes is that they go to a place and the deer is not used to them. So I've told people, go down in the woods a day or two before. Don't take a shower before you go down. Don't put on any deodorant. Don't put on any kind of aftershave. Oh my God, this one guy every year. I don't understand why I don't get no deer. And I said, I can smell you from 20 feet away. What do you think a deer's going to do? But he insisted, and I was like, no, if you're going to go hunting, on you take your shower on Thursday, and you do whatever kind of thing, but come Friday, then Friday night you go at whatever it is you've done on Friday, you could take your go down in the woods and walk through and get your scent out there. Saturday morning you can go down in there, you don't take no shower, don't wash nothing, don't change no clothes. It doesn't mean you can't take them off, but there, if you've got your woods clothes, you leave your woods clothes, woodsy. So you get up the next morning, you put on them same clothes. The next day you come in, when you come in that night, you take them clothes and hang them up. But then the first things you put on in the morning, if you're going back to the woods, because then you still smell like the woods. You don't take any new scents down in the woods, and so whatever's down there is used to it. You can bring those antlers together hunting also. Yeah, rake a tree. But so one of the things in walking down there in the woods last year, I said, look, we'd walk through the trees this way, a lot of trees about yay big around where they'd scratch, where they rub. And I'd say, okay, now stop. And they go, what? And I said, now turn around. What do you mean? I said, well, we've seen the trees. When you walk through the trees this way, you see the trees, from where you're looking and from the side. But when you go by, then you turn around and look at the trees, because on the other side of that tree, that deer could have been coming from the way, the opposite direction. And there are a lot of times that I'd say, okay, now turn around. And they turn around and there'd be a rub. And I'd say, see, you can say there's, well, I don't see no rubs. Turn around, because it depends on which way the deer's coming. And if you find out where the trails are, you're more likely to find the rubs. But sometimes there's a certain tree that the deer just love, and they will go to that tree and scratch the crap out of it, And I've seen them just saw that tree, up and down, and but if you're walking in one direction and you don't turn around and look, you will have missed it. So people will walk through the woods one way and go, well, there's no signs of blah, blah, blah. Turn around. And I have freaked so many people out with the turnaround thing, because you have to look at it from all perspectives. Which way is the deer? Well, I see deer track. Okay, then turn. Which way are they pointed? Well, they're pointing the opposite direction. Then turn around. Well, I'm looking for signs. Then turn around. We're looking at it. We see them, but they were traveling. We're facing the direction they were coming in, So you have to turn around and look at the trees and the signs. from their perspective. So anybody that knows anything about the woods, where you see the tracks, and then you turn around and go, let me look where they were looking. Okay. What were they looking at when they were standing here? What do the tracks say? They were pointed this way. So that means they were looking, guess where? Towards me or up towards the house or, So if you don't pay attention, you can see the signs, but if you can't interpret, if you can't put yourself in the deer's position or whatever it is that you're hunting, then you don't really have a clue. So always find the tracks and then turn in the direction to see what they were looking at. So that's just knowing your surroundings. But anyway, I think this year we're going to put up sure enough, there's a deer stand down there that actually needs to be moved, but it's in a great location. Several deer have been taken from right there where that deer stand is down there in the woods. Just been hard to get to. I also had an area down there where I had a salt lick. And I just bought a salt lick and took it down in the woods and let whatever critters could that came by there to lick from it. But also, that's kind of sort of salting an area in that it will attract wildlife. So, yeah, it'd be a good hunting spot because you put a salt lick out for the critters. So, yeah, you might find a deer there if you need to go hunting. Yeah, you might find some turkey there. You know what I'm saying? So, but it wasn't like I was baiting the spot. But down here, there are a lot of farmers and some of the plantation owners that will plant, small fields of peas and corns and stuff down in the woods. And they do the same thing in wildlife areas up in the mountains as well. So it's to help feed all the critters of all types. So that's a good thing. So, but I put the salt lick down there as sort of an attraction but it was in an area where several deer had been shot over the years anyway. So it's like a natural spot. And I just figured, why not give them salt or whatever they need while they're here? But got a lot of Clovis tools here where I am. Oh, yeah? That's a big part of my rock collection, of course. Tons of. Every single time I say the phrase turn around, I can't help but sing it and then say, oh, yeah. Glad you enjoy my reality. Yeah, there you go. You pass it along. Yep. I got all kinds of rocks and I bought some new crystals home from up at Serpent Mound and up in Ohio in the mountains up there. I slipped a couple of rocks that I found. Also, I got to develop I got to download them and look at them. But my friend, my new friend, my nephew, Andy, actually named after one of my brothers, but he's not, was looking across at the waterfall. And on the sides of either side of the waterfall, he goes, now look at that. Does it look like something's been carved on that wall? And I said, yeah, because I was sitting there staring at it. And he said, and on this side over there, and I said, doesn't that look like a face? And he goes, yeah. And doesn't that look like something right underneath it? Yeah. And it was just really interesting that it had that sort of feel, but he noticed it while I was already noticed it. But he'd been there before, and it was my first time. So he had already observed something on those rocks where the side of the water was coming from. And we were sitting across the pool. You had to climb down some more and go over there, which I could have done if I were a younger man or hadn't slipped the day before, but wasn't in the mood that particular day. If I was to go back up there, though, I would go down to that pool of water. I would, be careful, but I would go down it. With the intent of getting back up, even if it meant taking a piece of rope down there and assuring myself a good way to climb back up because of the slippery rocks. Not so much of the height, but more that it's slippery. and you just need something to hang on to for a few feet. So, but anyway, it looking across at this waterfall, we see these things. So I want to go and blow up those pictures and see if there actually really is anything carved on the walls. Just interesting, you know. And if it's just Mother Nature, having a good time, uh, that's what it is too. Maybe deer is a medicine card for the day. Um, Chloe, you mean I sent you magic and telepathic visions of the? I'm confused, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun's coming up, and I've been with y'all for almost 4 hours, so I'm sort of back in the saddle again, I guess you could say. But um, just some interesting observations I've had chatting with you these last couple hours. But I, in my visions of what Mother Earth was making, was that for those who dishonored her, they would be taken. And I've noticed that there are a lot more people being a lot more concerned about Mother Earth, just in general. People not throwing out garbage, people collecting, people being nicer, just people being more respectful, honorable, if you will, whether they understand what it means. But it's like, well, why would I throw something out on, something, beautiful? It's a lot of times it's local people who just go somewhere and go out to party, and they're drunk or stoned or whatever, or just throw shit out the window. But that in most states, though, people were very, the sides of the road were clean. It was really nice to see. So this ugly America, these nasty people, my brother agreed. He goes, I just don't see it. These people are making up stories. It's just not like it is here. And I said, that's the same thing I continue to see. It's just people are not what the news and other people are trying to make us out to believe. So however you want to look at it, we've known for quite a while that they're out to divide us. There are, I keep up with some stuff with the Catholic Church, and that, there's been some stuff that, about some of these cardinals and stuff that I talked about years ago when they made this guy, turned him into Francis, whatever. And, he's just, uh, he's not the real Pope. He's just the mayor of Rome, of the Vatican. And there are some other cardinals who've been speaking out, and bishops and archbishops. And those, to me, if you will, are the real Catholics. And that they have been outing Francis as having had pedophile backgrounds, because this one particular archbishop that Ratzberger, Wetzing, his name, threw out of the church. He made him a nothing. He was not. And then when Francis came in, he brought him back into the fold and made him a cardinal again. When the guy he took over for, um, you know, threw him out of being a cardinal because of his pedophile connections. And the more that's come out, so that, so there have been people who have been talking about the stuff about the Vatican and the church and so forth. And, what does it mean to the world? Well, for people like me who have been talking about things that go back, since 1970 for me, and actually earlier, but at least from them, from what Sister Helene and I talked about and discussed, and the things that I saw and so forth, and which happened to me. And so to know the hierarchy and what those guys are really up to, and, like Father Balthazar, who used to throw me up against the wall at Tampa Catholic, who later on was arrested for, and he was a Monsignor, by the way, uh, fixing to be an archbishop or bishop of St. Petersburg in Tampa, the diocese down there, was arrested down for, soliciting to a male prostitute down on Kennedy Boulevard, downtown Tampa. So it's like, went to school with them. They were our teachers, they were our priests, and, but to see the outcome after all these years of stuff, people having had enough in their own right, from their own point of view, whether you agree with the Catholic Church at all, but these people want to be righteous in it. They want cardinals who or a priest or whoever who've got, who wronged boys and other members or whatever. They want them thrown out. They want them prosecuted. They want it brought out. They don't want this to continue. Those folks, I say, good for you. Thank you for finally speaking up. But the thing is that there are more of them speaking up going, no, come on now. We've really had enough of this shit. There's been another level of something happen recently. And I think it's a good thing. But in so many ways, Catholic prophecies say this is the end of the line for the Catholic Church as we know it. So there are a lot of folks who have been learning about what happened um, uh, that I've talked about since the 70s, about what happened, 1964 with the change in the Second Ecumenical Council and all that. And, basically the Satanists took over in the 64 when that mess went down. The Catholic Church changed and it's been evolving into this, whatever it is now. And there are many people who want to stick with and go back to the Latin Mass, what I remember as a boy, as an altar boy, and sticking with the old traditions like the Greek Orthodox, the Russian Orthodox, and trying to stay traditionally like the church, then okay. Now, I don't know if I would go back to being a Catholic, but I wouldn't mind going back to a Catholic Mass if it was done the old way, the way I remember as an altar boy. And that would be pre, 1965, 6, 7, when they started after the Ecumenical Council, Vatican Council, that really started changing things. So, this has been going on in my lifetime, and it's all happening. It's all working its way out, and whatever it is that it has to. I have wished for years that it would come out a little faster, but it's still coming out. That's taken a lot of people a while to like actually believe that there were priests in my parish that pedophiled many of us boys. Before and after we left, got there, whatever. And that nothing was ever done to any of those priests for what they did to us boys. And no apologies to me. But the fact that people to this day are going, we're still not satisfied. And then you get this guy who's the mayor of Rome, if you will, of the Vatican. Not really the Pope, because there's certain things that he don't have the right to do. They took his ring away and did some stuff, you have to be careful and watch what's going on. But my discussion about this, so what does this mean to the rest of the world and what's going on? It's because there are people like you and me who've said, we've had enough. We have enough information. We're not going along with your bullshit anymore. We just don't agree with you. And if I want to be Catholic, then I want to go back to the Latin Mass. I want to go back to the way it was. I want to go back to that old, sure enough, where I felt like I could talk to Jesus kind of thing in church and be, you know, and we were all devout Catholics in what we believed. So some of it's a little idiotic when you look back on it, but at least to be able to do a traditional mass, I don't see anything idiotic about that. So, what does this mean to the real world? Because the real world is waking up to what the Vatican has been lying and cheating, and there are answers coming out that are being disclosed. There are things that people are talking more about and going, this cardinal got reinstated and this person got, let's pay attention to what they've done right in front of us. And do you want to continue on with this? No. Well, have you had enough? Yes. Well, then let's speak up about it. All of you who disagree with this person because of their pedophile connections in past, raise your hand. And a million people's hands go up and they go, okay, let's do something about this now. Now, here's the thing. There are many people who are still trying to figure out how the church is going to get reborn or whatever. But here's the thing: what it has become, it's not going to survive. So for me, the prophecy of the Catholic Church, in that the Catholic Church would no longer exist the way it was, would be true. Because if it's going to survive, then it will must go back to the old traditions like the Russian Orthodox do, okay, which is almost exactly what the Roman Catholics do. So there's only slight variations, but if we go back to the old traditions, then we'll be as close to the true Bible thingy, the true tradition. And I wouldn't mind going to Mass once in a while, but not to this new stuff, not until they, fixed what's broken. So, but that would be the end of the Catholic Church, because the Pope's already said, throw out your old Bibles and get the new one where it's all easier to read stuff. It was already easy to read. They had to make it new and improved. And so they broke one of the violations of Revelations, that he who changes the word of God shall be written out of the book of life forever and ever, kind of thing. And so there you go. So, they have fulfilled Revelations in their actions if you just pay attention to what's going on. So, how is it going to come out? I don't know. But there are a lot of people who would still, like for me, if you're going to be the Catholic Church and you want to go back to being the old way and you want to do that, then I'm all for you. So, if you want to do this or you want to do that or however it's going to go, hey, Robert B., good morning. It's like he saw your mind's eye. We need to love Mother Earth, especially at this time. Always, but yes, Chloe. Everyone thought you were crazy back then, huh? Yeah, they did. You're welcome, SC. But to the point though, so I've been watching this, and after having, had my many conversations with Sister Helene about things and about the Vatican, and to see them evolve in my lifetime and to see them unfold, and to learn patience, you have to grasshopper, one must sit back and watch the world to understand how the weather goes. And you go, what do you mean by that, master? And grasshopper, one must think like the wind. But master, what does that mean? Grasshopper, one must be patient before you, you know uh, and to that point, that's true. Because over my many years and being able to see the water, the weather patterns change, the drought conditions, and now the a little bit more wetter conditions right now. To be able to have watched a forest grow up on my hill, to watch the forest develop around me down here and so forth, and what nature has done to the forest over the years with the trees down and stuff. I mean, another tree was, was down, walking around the property this afternoon. But to the point though that yes, there are always going to be changes. We just have to roll with the punches. So, but in watching, I thought about it today and to pose this question: what does it matter to the normal human being that the Vatican and the church and the people within the church and other priests and people are saying, and they're looking at the evidence, they've watched it themselves, and now other priests and bishops and other cardinals are speaking up and they're saying, we've had enough of this. It needs fixing, even within themselves. And what they do, but it's interesting that they've reached a certain point where they're speaking against the Pope. Okay, this is important. The religious leader of all the people who's already mentioned COVID and that we must give her reverence. So you know what side that mofo's on. The wicked goo that's in the Gulf of Mexico. So we have to tie these things together. So, but then there are the people who, I don't want to say it's just the angel group, because there are other factions that would like to see some of these entities go, period, because it's bad for business. And they've mucked it up long enough and they would like to control it for a while. And not that they're really any better, but they're not as bad as these guys. Okay. Uh, but these other folks got dirt on them too. It's just a little more subtle and quiet. It might be that it's between consenting adults or people. Okay, but if you're going to force someone, because you're a priest or a rabbi or a school teacher or whatever, that you have, dominion over their body, that you can control them, then oh no, we have to talk about that. So, but there are enough people, it's coming, something's changing. And I think it's to the good. It hasn't changed in the way I had hoped. But in the last couple of years, and part of this is, are things going to change on the planet Earth between, 2017 and 2023, 24, in that life, in that span. So if enough people have to wake up and say no to things, if people have to just be good human beings to one another, like I've seen so many folks be doing along the way, that this world would get along just fine. That we don't really need a bunch of poking in other people's business and stuff. We need to take care of our own, and that be true. And I don't think the Russians want to invade the United States. In a lot of ways, they've already invaded Canada. So what do they need the United States for? Now, the Mexicans, on the other hand, that's a totally different story. But Russians don't want us. The Chinese, on the other hand, would love to take over the west coast of the United States. In a lot of ways, they have. But they've immigrated, a lot of them, and then back in the day, with whaling and fishing and coal mining and tunneling, and they worked on the railroads, and the Chinese workers, and how many of them died and were killed, and just unbelievable. So I think they have just as much a right as like the Irish or the Italians or, whoever, the Dutch or Germans who came over from Europe to America. Why don't the Chinese and the folks that came over from the Orient have as much valid a right to be here because they immigrated from the other coast? So I see both sides of this, or all sides. And if you're willing to come here and work for the common good of each other, then to me, that makes you an American. that makes you, part of this place. And if there are people who are disgruntled, I think it's because it's their own damn fault. They're, oh, housing prices have gone up and this and that. Well, I agree with that. And there are some people who are just greedy. They got to make a profit. They can't just break even. That's just lateral movement. So, but people are starting to get to the point where just getting out of the neighborhood might be worth it to them, regardless of whether or not they take a loss in the house or they move to a different area or whatever it is that happens. So, but I think life in itself, though, there are so many good opportunities for people out there on so many levels that it's up to you of where you want to go. You can keep it simple or you can complicate it as much as you need to. Jennifer has a tendency to not necessarily complicate it more, but she stays busy. She is an appraiser of properties. So she sees other properties and involved in this and the realty, da, 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 da. So she stays in that and understands what it is. But also in that how other people try to manipulate it, you know. So it's like interesting, but is the house really, if somebody bought a house at, $85,000, is it somehow now that the neighborhood's changed, is somehow worth $250,000 for that same house? How did it gain in value from an $85,000 house 15, 20 years ago, we'll say, to a $250,000 house? It's because somebody in the neighborhood has upgraded, somebody else in the neighborhood. So if one or two properties have been built on lots after your primary property, then your value goes up automatically, whether it's actually any more of value than when you paid the $85,000 for it. So it's very interesting how the market is manipulated, but it happens all over. So, but where do you want to get into the market? Hey, Robert, how are you? You're welcome. Have a great day too. Yeah. I'm in my mind, all markets are manipulated. Absolutely. But here's the thing, like in the art world, a friend of mine who was an artist down in Key West, I'm not sure if they're still alive, but they were having bouts of cancer. Very good artist, and said, well, oh, you did a painting, and you say, well, how much is this painting worth? Well, it's worth $95 with the canvas and a frame on it. Okay, 125. And it sits there, 2 or 3 weeks goes by, and people look at it, and the tourists and everything. And so instead of lowering the price on the painting, she would double the price in the painting. So if it was $125 for the painting, now it's worth $250. Now people go by and go, ooh, look at that painting. Well, how much is $250? Well, wow, isn't that, well, that's kind of cheap. So if it didn't get sold within 10 days, she would up it, she would triple the price. So now it's now $375 for the same painting, and it's sold. Because at $125, whoever was there didn't feel that there was enough value in a $125 painting. But $375, oh my goodness. And now, did she do anything to the painting? No. It was the same painting and it was the same intent. She was very satisfied with the painting at 125. So, but she ended up getting 3 times as much simply because the market drove itself. Because the rich people who were going down there to the Keys and Key West and everything, they didn't want to go home with a $125 painting. They wanted to go home with a $500 painting from a local artist in Key West because it was prestigious. But if that painting was only $125, it didn't have much prestige. So the rich people, in and of themselves, drove the price up. But at the same time, if somebody poor one came up and said, "How much is this painting?" And they said, "Well, it's, the price tag's on it's $500." And I go, "Wow, I really wished I had that much. I really like it." She go, "Well, I'll give it to you for half price." Because she'd know that she'd already doubled the price on it to begin with. And possibly, if it gotten to $500, may have even tripled the price of the painting. And so she could sell it, what, to the customer was like a really good bargain at half price, was actually twice as much as she had originally um, asked for the piece. Now, I had worked in on the flea market business years ago. I had my own booth. We would go to different auctions. I could buy and sell junk. We'd put it out there and make a killing on junk. For $25, I could make a $200 profit sometimes in a weekend, depending on what we bought. We'd buy surprise boxes in an auction for $10 and you'd get $50 worth of stuff out of it. Didn't knew no idea what was in the box. And there were times when I'd be setting up on a Saturday morning at the flea market and taking the stuff that I had bought at the auction the night before. And the guy go, "I'll give you $10 for that toaster right there." And I go, look around and go, "Okay." He gives you $10, you give him the toaster, and that's what I paid for the box. And I still got a whole box of stuff, right? So I already made my profit in that one item that I paid for the box of stuff. And we had shelves and the whole 9 yards. But the thing was that there are a lot of times they would say, depending on how I got the whatever it was, they would say, "Well, how much is it?" And I say, "What'd you give me for it?" And they go, "Well, I don't know." "Well, what's it worth to you?" "Well, $2." "Well, give me 3.50." "Well, I don't know. How about $3?" "Okay." I might have got it in a box that cost me $5, but I'm going to haggle with this person because if the guy says, "Well, it's worth $5 to me," you go, "Okay, sold." And where I only wanted a $1.50 or $2 out of the item, was now he willingly gave me $5. So it's not so much in how it is how you play the game. And so it's not anything about deception, but what is the value to the person that wants it, at the flea market kind of thing. And so you always played the customer, but if you told them what it was, "Well, this is $10." Well, then there was no dickering, you know. But if there was no price tag on it and they said, "Well, how much what's it worth to you?" Put it back into there. So now they have to make the decision as to how much are they willing to pay for that item. You see what I mean? So, and a lot of times, $5, $10 for a big old box of stuff and would make $5 in the first item sold. So the rest of it was clear profit, you know. So, and what you got out of each item was always about playing the crowd, playing the mark, whoever wanted it. Somebody would go by and say, "Well, what do you think?" "Well, no." "Well, $10." And I'd go, oh, "Okay, well, I don't have $10." "Okay." And they'd come back. "Well, you take 5." "Well, here's $8." "Okay." When $3 would have probably been enough. But you just hem a little bit and they'll come back and go, "Well, okay, it'll be here. Well, how about $8?" "Okay." So, and you made $5 more than you anticipated. So it's to the value, it's up to them. So, my Hoot Owl is calling. Yeah, yeah. In my mind, all markets. Yeah, okay. I did that for years, Hawkeye. Yeah. So, um, and I really loved it. That's probably why I have so much stuff around my house, is because I used to be in the flea market business. And even my nephew said the other day, he goes, "Uncle Dave, you got so much stuff in your house. I'm gonna smoke a bowl here for a minute, and then I'm gonna get out of here. It's almost 4 hours and 20 minutes. So this is in relationship to not necessarily what time it is, but how long I've been on this particular quest this morning. And I know I'm doing all the talking, but I can kind of hear y'all, some of y'all in the background. As usual, it's been all kinds of conversation from, some types of family matters of fishing on ice to the mountains and water. But the important thing to sum up this particular after 4 hours and 20 minutes, the most important thing to get out of this conversation is really it's never too late to make a change, to make a start, to have a new, just, maybe you've been in a it goes both ways, and I don't want to be a negative Nelly about this, and it's 4:20, so here's another hit for that. 4 hours and 20 minutes I've been with you all this morning. But seriously, folks, let's talk. And about the Gulf of Mexico, for example, when you hear stuff, the healing of the water is a good thing. That you have to understand, um, the water could be healed, but that doesn't mean that the situation has been healed. So we have to understand that there are deeper things going on. But the positive side of that maybe negative sort of viewpoint is that though we have the capacity, and I and many others are seeing that we, just by being normal people, that we're making a change. And normal means most of the folks that I saw, they all took their stuff to the recycle place. Many places, I have a garbage can at the top of the driveway. Okay. It's up to me whether or not I choose to recycle, but the garbage folks that get it, they pick through it and will recycle. So for me, I still got a lot of cans and bottles and stuff, and I burn as much paper as I can just to keep it out of the system. And I'd rather it be ashes somewhere here on the property, but along with some tree limbs and stuff I got a pile out there that if it would dry out for a day or so, I would burn it. Because it's been sitting out there for 2 months now and it needs to get burnt. It was put out there on purpose to get burnt, but we've had too much water. I was awesome, but it's have three storages of it. So, but for whatever we have, I think we should keep, for what's coming up. Mother Earth is still not necessarily revolting, but she's adapting to what we've already done to her. I do think that there are some changes that we can still make. The giant windmills in the middle of Ohio was really surprising to me when they didn't seem to, be doing anything at this. They never changed speed, or it was really weird. But like, what are them blades up to? Are they creating magnetic vortexes of some type? Is there something in the ground up there? It's just a wonderment. Is it for the state of Ohio to like, um, show the world, look what we're doing, or were they actually helping? Because it was really strange that they just never changed direction. They never changed. It was just weird. And a bunch of them too, man. I mean, like 30 of them, Um, and two literally on the property of the Honda plant up there, just south of where my brothers and sisters live, and they're at Russell's Point. So big Honda plant there. But good for them that they put them up if they're really working. I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. They're big and ugly, and but okie dokie. If that's where the power is going to come from, then they're already up, so they're going to have to put up with the ugliness part of it. But if they're actually providing, it's better than the smokestack from a nuclear plant like they put in down here. So if they're working, good for them. Kathy Barnhart, how are you? I'm here, made it through the storm. I'm not usually up this hour. Yeah, I haven't been up this early or this late in a while either, but it's good to see you. Yep. Just getting back from my trip up north to Ohio and everywhere. And, been my first night that I've been up this late, 4 hours and 24 minutes. So on this particular leg of the journey, but all my friends, I missed everybody here in the chat room, and it's good to be back and having chats. My midnight chats with y'all. Get my talk radio for 2021. To get us through the night and into the early morning here on Hawkeye Radio, in my YouTube podcast or whatever it is. So, but sun's coming up. Well, we got fog. Ooh, I think I'll go out and play in the fog for a little bit. But yeah, I need to move around. I've been sitting in this one position now for this long. As soon as I stand up and I got a cramp in my back, that I know I'm going to have to pee. It just is what old people do. Elderberry, glad to see your family up north. Yeah, Kathy, it was beyond heavenly. We've talked about it amongst ourselves. It literally was, and kind of sort of still is, a Hallmark moment. We all looked at each other and said, this is like in the movies happening to us right now. And it was awesome, kind of creepy in some ways that me and my brothers had things in common, and even though we had not even met or knew, just some really strange, nice events, but kind of creepy in a way. Like, you like to do what? You say what? My one brother, as I've told some of these folks, but there was a brother that none of us knew about until about 5 years ago, and but it was that. I'm sitting there talking with my brother, and I said, I want to come back up here and visit. I'd like to go to one of your shows and so forth. I want to go canoeing with you, and because I ain't dead yet. And he starts laughing. I go, what's up? And he goes, that's one of my favorite sayings is, and it was from some movie that somebody said, and he goes, and I tell everybody I ain't dead yet. And he goes, I can't believe it. So, having never met until a couple of weeks ago, we had so many similarities that in a lot of ways it was creepy, and we had never met. Wood carving, pioneer camping and stuff, and just stuff in general. It was really, really, really interesting. And we both loved it. It was like, so cool that we had never met and but we were still related, and that it showed up in in the things that we collected and our hobbies and stuff like that, wood carving and things like that. He carves guns and old flintblocks and things, and yeah, there's something about it. I mean, and each of the brothers, me and Arno had a little connection that was different from me and Andy. And me and Johnny had a different connection because he plays music. And then I did with, either Andy or Arno. So it's like, it was interesting, not necessarily creepy in that, but it was interesting in that there are differences with between them, but this I related with each one of them in a particular way, you know. Uh, I'm still, you know, kind of getting over it and trying to, you know, allow everything to settle in. And I've talked with my brother since, and you know, and it was really good. After all these years, we were just phone numbers until we actually met, and now we have become people. We have become brothers and sisters, and eight eight of nine returned. There were nine children that my mother Dolores had, and eight of us got together for the first time on June 20th, Father's Day of this last year. So it is absolutely, you know, been awe-inspiring. Uh, I know I'm probably going to talk about it for a little while because it is still new, but I keep seeing different variations of it, and you know, how as a child and how things that I saw that they didn't see because they some of them weren't born yet, but I'd already lived a lifetime in a way before my, you know, my two sisters, my younger sisters were born. So there's a lot that went on before they were born, over the years. But out of nine of us, eight of us returned and were together. So, you know, just gonna say, it was great. We learned a lot of stuff. I held secrets that they didn't know. They had little secrets that each other they didn't know. It was awe-inspiring, and you know, it's good after all these years of deceit and lies within the family to keep what happened, and you know, the fact that we had another brother that none of us knew about, that only by Ohio changing the laws, he was able to look at his original birth certificate, and he found out he was a Null. And it's like Dennis Allen Null. And he would be the, the next oldest brother from me, my sister Lynn, and then Dennis. And he's the one that none of us had met until a couple of years ago. And we had only met a couple of weeks ago. So the fact that, you know, there was so many things hidden and lied to us, you know, kids, whatever, you know, after all these years, and to be able to tie it all together finally, and all of us meet at one time in the same place. For us, for me being the oldest of the group and having witnessed some of the early stuff that none of them had to participate in, but for me, being able to hear from them about our mother and the type of person she really was that we didn't get the opportunity to get to know. So that connection, for me, to see it through their eyes has been really special. And then to top it off, my brother Johnny, he comes out. We're all sitting around. We've been eating chicken and having whatever, and we're sitting around, and some of us are smoking a cigarette, and we're just having a soda, you know, some coffee. Nobody's getting drunk or anything, although there's a beer around. But just we're just calm and having a chat, all of us. And my brother John comes out with this box, and he goes, "Okay," he said, "everybody put their hand on mom." And I was like, "What?" And he goes, some of her ashes are in this box. We spread some of them out where she wanted to, but the rest of mom's in this box." So he went around and had each of us touch the box with Ma in it and put her on the table right there as we were all sitting around, and said, "Okay, this is the first time eight of nine of us have returned to be with our mother, where she passed away in this house right here, where she loved, in this area where they had grown up." And I was like, you know, it was nice to be home, although that's not where we grew up, but that's where they grew up. Yeah, for me, Kathy, there's a lot of stuff that's been healed. And because of my, you know, being the oldest of this journey part, but the compassion that my brothers and sisters have shown me, uh, they feel like they've been cheated from having me around because of all the split in the family and all the stuff that happened. And so Kathy, we're pushing 70 years old, and so, but for me, whatever time that's left, I want to spend some of it with them, and they agree, and that's so nice to have distant relatives that want to be closer, and there's so much we have in common that, why not? So it's just for me, it's really cool because, being down here in the South, I don't really have any family nearby me. And there are times when it has felt, a little lonely. And my dear friend Marcia passed away, back in February, and we've known each other for 40 something years, and she's my backup. But now, regardless of where, you folks are my backup in a way too, in that I've never really felt alone because I know there's a bigger universe out there and stuff. But the idea, though, that I have kinfolk that I wished I'd known sooner. My brother Johnny and I played music for the first time ever, you know, and he's got all kinds of band equipment, and I got all kinds of band equipment here too. I don't have a set of drums, and oh my God, I had a ball playing the drums. For 30 minutes they left me in the house by myself, and I climbed on that set of drums, and I had a ball. Let me tell you, brothers and sisters. So, and it ain't over till it's over, and you can make a choice anytime, it ain't over till it's over. So I'm looking forward to whatever comes next. I got to make sure I need to go hit the river so I can get these kinks. Kathy, you just kind of got here, but I fell while we were, one of our last days of being up there in the mountains in Tennessee, and I slipped on some rocks, and this rock threw me. And at my age, falls like that are not necessarily good things. But I survived the fall. But man, I really got some sore spots and some bruises in places. But I'm making it. Me and the dog have been outside yesterday. Where I'm ready to go back down to the river and do some paddling to get some of the soreness out. I didn't break any bones, although the bruising's going away and the scratches and everything. So, but I'm lucky in that respect. But I'm so proud and pleased to not have brittle bones and be in the hospital somewhere. But anyway, so my dear friends, I love you all. Uh, we don't bounce as good no more. No, especially on them rocks where I was at up there in the river. I was honestly being careful, but man, this rock just pivoted on me, and I almost recovered. I almost recovered. And then it was like, oh no, you don't. But anyway, I spread it out. I spread the energy out and landed on the tree stump that was going out to the river, and I landed this way and got skint in a few places. But you know, I'll be all right. I'm a tough old bugger. I don't. We weebles, we wobble, but we don't fall down. But no, and I swear to God, I was being careful. Okay, I was not being too crazy because I know better. But this one rock that seemed solid as I stepped on it wasn't, and it was too late for me to change my mind. But anyway, I'm glad it's okay. You learn a lesson, but I'm ready to go back down to my river where there aren't any rocks. Although it was beautiful up there, and I can't wait to go back up. But anyway, I love you all. Ween, yep, there you go. That's one of them, and I have already made up my mind that Duggar needs to learn how to camp more, and so we can go to some of these places because you ain't no way to afford a motel hotel when you got an animal. Every one of them are charging anywhere from 10, which was the lowest, or $20 or something like that for a deposit for an animal for the night. Best Western wants $50 for the non-refundable uh, deposit. So it was almost $200 for a room at Best Western, and the pool wasn't ready either. So, but anyway, it's too expensive to travel around. I don't have that kind of money, but so me and Tramp, me and Tramp, that's my other dog, but Um, that's interesting. Duggar's got to learn to be like Tramp more. But since I've been back from vacation, Duggar has, we've walked up the road and I haven't put a leash on him. And he had to be on a leash the whole time he was over there while I was gone. So he's learning what is essential to a good woods dog. And our opinion down here is that they will stay within a certain length from you and not go further. And they'll stay within, you'll be able to do eye contact with the dog and go, yeah, yeah, then they'll keep an eye on you. And so he's learning that distance without a leash. And so if I walk a certain place or whatever, he'll turn around and he'll come running by me within a minute or so. So he might go off and trail around a little further away, but he always knows where I am and he never goes further than and always comes and checks on me. And I'm always looking to see where he's at. So it's this double awareness, but he's getting it. So anyway, I'll take care of it. I think Kathy's out of here. Okie dokie. Have a great morning, everybody. Have a great weekend. This is Friday, right? We've made it this far. So, but anyway, I love you all. Thank you for being out there and thank you for you being who you are. You continue to have fun. And remember, it's never too late. It's never too late, to make a date, to do something different, to instead of the day being cloudy and nasty, you can go, yeah, but it's not, 101, there is the other side of things. So, be careful out there, my friends. I love you. I do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Roman and Kathy, if you're still there. Good to see you as always. Chloe, I love you all. I do. And anybody else that's hiding back there, it's okay. You don't have to be in the chat. We love you hanging out back there. So, but this is late night, early morning radio podcast, Hawkeye Two Feathers, talk show host. you know the drill, ween everybody. So have a good morning. Thank you. It's good to see you, Kathy. Honestly, it is. I love you so much for what you've done for all the people that you've helped over the years. God bless you, dear. Honestly, So, yeah, I had to turn off that light. It's getting light enough outside, but it looks dark. Well, it is foggy and, but anyway. Or am I somewhere else? Well, Roman, sometimes I've done things on Facebook, but me and Facebook, for whatever reason, it does not like me to connect to it. So I have just stuck with YouTube because this has always seemed to work. So, I can't do any editing or stuff. All I do is hit live and off we go. So I can't do the share screen or anything like I used to do back in the day, which I would love to do a share screen thing. So I might have to go into Zoom and learn how to do that to be able to, show different pictures or whatever. I'm gonna work on that. That's the part of my brain that I kind of sort of lost, and I'm working on it to get it back. So it's never too late to relearn how to do things or to learn to do a new thing. So hey, Christy, yeah, you got a bunch of rain down there. Yeah, thank you, SD. Elderberry, you're still up with me? Man, okay. 7:02 a.m. in the morning time. All right, y'all be safe. And I honestly do mean this. Each and every day, I continue to pray. And I mean this. While I was gone, y'all still got my prayers. And to many of you, the picture of the waterfall. And when I get it published up there, hopefully you'll be able to see what I was talking about. But I sat on that rock and meditated on all you lovely people, just hoping that you could somehow spiritually catch the fresh air and the kindness and the neatness and the energy of the universe through the water. And my prayer that I said down there was, may the energy of this water, fill me so that I can send this energy to my friends, in the universe. And it was just so grateful. And I can sit here and feel that because it was only a couple of weeks ago, right? And take a deep breath and imagine what that water feels like and tastes like and smelt like and and felt like on the skin, and the energy that poured out from that place, that aged old mountain, and being able to just be there, so it was very, very, very interesting, in of itself, as far as a uh, a waterfall, but also the energy that is given off with the water pounding and the mist and so forth. Uh, that to me was very spiritual, and it was one of the last things I got to do before it became South. So, it's that part is still fresh in my mind, and so I do want to share pictures and so forth, and a little bit of video I took of it before my camera battery went dead. But anyway, I promise to share it. If I don't get it on YouTube, I will try to upload some of it, or some of the pictures at least, to Facebook. So for those of you, it's just David Null Facebook kind of thing, nothing special. And you can tell by my ugly mug. But if I can't get it on YouTube, then I'm going to post some of the best pictures then to Facebook. Okay. So, and y'all check it out there. So anyway, but I do continue to pray that each and every day, whether I'm here or not, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings, so big, so little, to every one of us available. So each and every day, I continue to pray that each and every day, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that really, really is important to me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings, and continue to share those with your friends and neighbors and anyone you come in contact with. So, wean everybody at TTFN, and I'm not sure what the weather is supposed to be like this afternoon, but right now I'm going to go outside and play in the grass and what little bit of fog is out there, because it's usually interesting to be able to breathe in the fog. So, hey, Ian, yeah, I'm still here, but I'm fixing to go. Okay, I will install. Perhaps we find our next time. It's too hot there. Yeah, right now it's amazingly pleasant down here. Knock on wood for this time of year. So everybody be safe, okay? And if I don't see you soon, I will be with you. I'm trying to get the energy up to do a card reading night. So it is in the cards, pun intended. I am going to do a card reading soon. But my energy is, I got, so whatever that sickness was while I feel like I'm over it now. I'm home, and I'm getting my diet more stable like it used to be before I left. And being off somewhere, your diet can get out of whack. And I didn't realize how important it was to me. But after it got out of whack, man, it got out of whack. Took me almost 10 days to get it back into a little bit more of a sync. But anyway, I'm feeling much better that way too. So I feel like the old Dave is back, if not even more rejuvenated because of the trip. So blessings to everybody. Keep doing what you're doing, and just keep being just normal, good people. So many times, many of us don't think it's, well, so what? Trust me, in the big picture, in the long run, it means a lot. Just being a good, decent person that honors and respects others, especially who honor and respect you. So when we do this and share it, it really is magical, and it's much more prevalent than people would tell you. So I'm saying, I think, is the earth saved? It's a whole lot in better shape than what they would like you to believe. So continue to believe, 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 and have faith. We are making a difference, and what's special about it is it's just everyday stuff. We continue to learn how to accept and receive what's given to us in the universe. So say thank you, be grateful, raise your hands up and say thank you to the Creator. Thumbs up and cheers, everybody. Have a great time. Stay healthy, stay as wealthy as you need, and above all, be wise. So thank you, Barry, for hanging out. Until next time, all y'all. Uh, all y'all folkses, continue to be good. And as our dear friend Brian would say, be the frequency you want to receive. Be the frequency, for me, be the frequency you need to hear. So, hey, Gaza, good to see you on and good to know you're around. And thank you. So, Barry and everybody, Ian, Roman, and all y'all, thank you. I got to go do an old man's pee. Until next time, Ween from South Georgia. We love you all, and TTFN, ta ta for now. Cheers.